boycott of the vetting of the Supreme Court nominees. Also on the program this morning, more than 300,000 pre-tertiary teachers are set to withdraw their services from Monday, August 31, in protest over delays in placing promoted teachers on appropriate salary scale. And much later on the program, High Court to begin Exim Bank trial of Bernard Enchibuesiako, also known as Chairman Wuntumi, after plea bargaining talks with the Attorney General failed to yield agreement. Thank you very much for joining us on the program this morning. Now, Parliament has approved all 5 nominees of President John Mahama barely hours after they were vetted by the Appointment Committee in an exercise that was characterized by dispute. Now, the minority opposed the vetting of the 3 Supreme Court nominees on the basis that the House did not follow provisions in the standing orders, further accusing the NDC of lacking principle. Speaker Alban Bagbin, in confirming the approval, was confident that the ministerial and Supreme Court nominees would deliver to expectation.
So I proceed to put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the nominations of His Excellency the President of the following persons as Ministers of State in accordance with Article 78(1) of the 1992 Constitution. The first is Honorable Mahama Ayarga. The second is Honorable Zanato Ajiman Rollins. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the nomination of His Excellency the President of the following persons as Justices of the Supreme Court in accordance with Article 144, Clause 2 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively. They are Justice Edward Amwako Asante, Mr. Anthony Forson, Jr., and Justice Sophia Rosetta Uduokwa Benasco Esa. Honorable members, I will, on behalf of the House, congratulate the nominees for the excellent performance at the public hearing of the committee.
In other news, President John Mahama has commended the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority and the Ghana Airports Company for taking a firm stance against the practice of soliciting tips from passengers and visitors at the Accra International Airport. He notes that the conduct tarnishes Ghana's image and undermines efforts to deliver a professional and welcoming experience for travelers. The President made the remarks at the sword-cutting ceremony for the multiple-purpose, multi-tiered car park and airport hotel complex at the Accra International Airport.
The property will feature 2 hotels, a pedestrian connector to the terminal, more than 2,000 car park bays, a shopping mall with a food court, retail and office spaces, as well as a sky lounge and sky observatory for aircraft viewing. The President noted that the passenger traffic through the Accra International Airport had risen from 1.8 million in 2022 to 2.5 million in 2025.
Indeed, this development will consolidate the Accra International Airport's operation as a true 24-hour facility. Technology will be central to this project. The parking system will incorporate automatic number plate recognition. The parking lot will be cashless and ticketless. Parking guidance systems will be available. Electric vehicle charging points will be available, so if you're using an EV, you can charge it. And there'll be a centralized CCTV surveillance system that can observe everything that is happening in the parking lot,
placing significant pressure on parking facilities, airport roads, and passenger pickup and drop-off areas. The new development at the airport are all without government financing.
The government of Ghana has not given any of the two institutions one single cedi for these projects. I wish to commend the Minister of Transport and all those associated with this project. This is what we want to see. Develop our country, but don't go to Atufosin and ask for money.
President Mahama also says he is pleased that the Ghana Airports Company Limited, the Civil Aviation Authority, and other institutions operating at the airport are taking a tough stance against soliciting and begging visitors for tips.
The welcome at immigration, the efficiency of baggage handling, the cleanliness of our facilities, the management of traffic, and the courtesy of service providers all shape the visitors' first and last impressions of our country. We must therefore cultivate a culture of professionalism, discipline, and hospitality across the aviation value chain. I'm happy that the Ghana Airport Company Limited and the Civil Aviation Limited and other institutions working at the airport are taking a tough stance against soliciting and begging visitors for tips. It reflects very badly on our country.
The High Court in Accra has scheduled the trial in the criminal case in which Bernard Entwibuesiako, popularly known as Chairman Wontumi, and two others have been accused of defrauding the Ghana Export-Import Bank. The court announced the failure of Mr. Entwibuesiako and the Attorney General to reach a plea agreement after granting an extension of time proposed by the accused for the parties to negotiate. Now, Chairman Wontumi and the two others face charges including causing financial loss of more than 30 million Ghana cedis to Exim Bank, obtaining funds under false pretenses for an unexecuted farming project through Wontumi Farms Limited, and money laundering. Wontumi, who is currently serving a 20-year sentence in a separate illegal mining case, pleaded not guilty to the charges when the trial commenced. Some more here, and more than 300,000 pre-tertiary teachers are set to withdraw their services from Monday, August 31, in protest over delays in placing promoted teachers on the appropriate salary scale. The leadership of the unions addressed the media in Accra, accusing the Ghana Education Service and the Controller and Accountant General's Department of failing to resolve the issue.
According to the Ghana National Association of Teachers, NAT, the National Association of Graduate Teachers, NAGRAT, and the Pre-Tertiary Teachers Association of Ghana, PRETAG, their inquiries have revealed that the Controller and Accountant General's Department is demanding additional documentation from affected teachers before they can be placed on the new salary scale. General Secretary of NAT, Thomas Tanko Musa, has given the authorities until August 31 to resolve the matter, warning that failure to do so could lead to further disruption in the education sector.
And His Excellency, please, we are coming to Jubilee House this particular afternoon. Call the agency heads to order, with all due respect, Your Excellency, so that by Monday, 31st of August, the teachers in Ghana should be placed on their respective grades and scales where they have been promoted to.
President of the Pre-Tertiary Teachers Association of Ghana, PRETAG, Kenali Awudu, says the unions will not back down from their intended action until all affected teachers are placed on the appropriate salary scale.
The controller is an agency under the Ministry of Finance, and the GES and agency under the Ministry of Education. Both the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Education are all cabinet ministers. And the two agencies, by law, none is higher than the other. So the controller is not higher than our Director General and therefore cannot toss our Director General around. But as I said, those are government matters. For us, all we want is that at the end of August, the teachers must be put on payroll.
President of NAGRAT, Jacob Anaba, has expressed concern that issues affecting teachers continue to relegate it, calling for urgent action from the relevant authorities.
Even the teachers that we have, we lack teachers in certain areas of our country. We lack teachers, so many. So the numbers, we have not gotten there yet. Promotion shouldn't be an issue at all. So 31st, if we don't hear anything, then they shouldn't blame us.
The unions say the intended withdrawal of services will remain in place until the affected teachers receive their rightful salary placements.
Now, vigilante groups may no longer need to gather physically to mobilize, as they are increasingly moving their activities online using social media and encrypted messaging platforms. Now, with the 2028 elections a little over 2 years away, National Security says it has already detected signs of recruitment and mobilization. So how are these groups using platforms such as WhatsApp to organize, and what does this mean for Ghana's security? Grace Hamwajiman has the rest of the story.
Political vigilantism in Ghana has been associated with men gathering physically at party offices, political rallies and community spaces. But the mobilization model may be changing. The smartphone has become a new meeting point, and with just a few taps, a message can reach dozens or potentially hundreds of people within seconds. Locations for meetings, voice notes containing instructions, and pictures and videos are easily circulated.
A vigilante group is a vigilante group. We are very much aware that some groups are rebranding as internal security teams, volunteer task forces, or community security initiatives. If our ability to track people on social media is anything to go by, a word to a wise is enough.
But the two main political parties, the opposition NPP and the governing NDC, have dissociated themselves from this new modus operandi of vigilante groups.
2024, we respected the Vigilante Act. We didn't have any vigilante group. We didn't have such groups because we respected the state security. Indeed, the National Election Security Task Force, we had several meetings with them and they assured us. And so there was no need for the party NDC to come out with anything like vigilante.
So 1992 Constitution talks about protection. You have personal protection. You can protect yourself. And none of them was holding anything that was unlawful. You are not holding any weapon, and you have the right to protect yourself. For us in the NDP, we are unperturbed. We are not going to go against any law, but we know the Constitution has given us the right for protection, and we are not going to go against any law.
The emerging model presents a new challenge for security agencies, and the broader concern is the use of encrypted and less visible digital networks to coordinate activities. Social media expert and IT professional Stephen Nanabwedi says this trend highlights the extent to which technology can affect the way things are done.
WhatsApp, Telegram, and these platforms are end-to-end encrypted. What it means is that you don't need to decode it. It's only between the two of people or within the group that people can see or listen to the messages. Anybody outside cannot see anything and cannot hear it. It starts very subtly, okay? And I'll use the word grooming. So you are invited to join a group because you are a teacher, and we are all saying that, we want to advocate for the interests of teachers, okay? So it starts that way. Before you know, within the group, somebody's sending a message that let's go and demonstrate, let's go and do this, let's go and lock this up, things like that.
Security experts are calling for collaboration between security agencies because the concern is not the technology itself, but what happens when it is used to facilitate violence, intimidation, or organized confrontation.
you can have a data of all these guys who join these groups, and so that we can track them. But on the side of the law, the frontliners, the police, the BNI in particular, we can identify them, investigate their activities, and outcome of the investigations will determine which action should be taken.
Stephen Nanabwedi says the emerging trend is a sign for national security to deploy more sophisticated ways of fighting crime.
We need to educate the ordinary citizens that when you see these signs, you report them. And also, the security forces also need to upgrade their knowledge and the skills, the capacity in terms of technology. Otherwise, the technology is always ahead of the average policeman, for example, or the average CID and stuff, and that becomes a challenge. The system, as in Ghana, also need to provide safe environments for people to whistle blow when they see some of these things. Okay, so for example, if I'm in a group and somebody's trying to encourage me to join a protest, whatever, and I feel that's vigilante, where do I go?
The question, therefore, is no longer simply whether vigilante groups are mobilizing, but where the mobilization is taking place and how quickly it can move from a WhatsApp message to people on the streets. Grace Hamwajiman, TV3 News, Accra.
Some more here, and the Deputy Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations, Mohammed Adams Suparu, has urged universities to equip educators with the knowledge and skills to guide students in using AI tools effectively and ethically. He made the call when he launched the Africa Upskilling Artificial Intelligence Program in Accra.
The Africa Upskilling Artificial Intelligence AI program is a collaboration involving more than 3 organizations, including the African Institute of Mathematical Science, AIMS, and the Faith Foundation. It is expected to train more than 40 students and educators across 4 universities in Ghana. Similar training sessions are also being held in Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. Addressing education stakeholders and IT specialists, the Deputy Minister of Communication stressed the importance of developing responsible AI skills across different sectors of society.
Students in agriculture, health, engineering, finance, education, and other creative industries should be able to identify how AI can be applied within their respective field. This calls for stronger collaboration between academic institutions and industry so that what is taught reflects the technologies and skills increasingly being demanded in the workplace.
Acting Vice-Chancellor of the Ghana Communication Technology University, Professor Ebenezer Malcolm, described the program as an important milestone for the university and the wider higher education landscape in Ghana and Africa.
It is not simply a training initiative. It is a strategic intervention aimed at building the capacity of higher education institutions to enhance artificial intelligence, strengthening teaching and learning, promote research and international initiatives.
Head of Digital Innovation at the Faith Foundation and Project Manager of the Africa AI Upskilling Program, Oluchi Johnson Achibiri, said AI presented significant opportunities to improve productivity.
We have come to that point where Africa should no longer have to play in the background. We should come forefront so that we will do solutions that are African and that solve African problems.
And that's all for News Morning here on New Day on TV3. My name is Beatrice Seru. Thank you very much for joining us on the program. Do continue with us on New Day.
Sunday.
You went to church last Sunday? Which church was that?
ICGC, the Liberty Temple branch at Ashoma Estate.
Ashoma Liberty
Pastor
Temple.
Kojo Frimpong is the pastor, and I'm sure those of you
Shout
listen
outs
to
to you, Pastor Kojo Frimpong.
Yes.
And as the religious bodies ready themselves to start contributing to continue the National Cathedral, I hope you'll be contributing as well.
That's Lord Kiddy starting the morning.
Listen,
the sugar daddy Lord Kiddy.
Talk of an artist, and I'm so biased towards Kiddy. I don't even want to be the one to do the interview today, actually. I'm so biased towards Kiddy because talk of an artist who does no wrong in my eyes and talk about style, talk about steez, talk about finesse, talk about, oh Lord Jesus. Nana Dramina, I cannot wait to have you in studio this morning. But I'm not the only one who is in love with him. Even Akable.
He's such a natural with the fun.
Oh my God.
He's fancy and he mixes it and it just flows so smoothly.
I have so far I have like 3 or 4 favorites on his new album.
Oh yeah?
Where do we go from here? I'll tell you about that. But you know, I was telling you off air that he was actually my contemporary at Legon. We entered Legon at the same time.
You told me.
We're in the same hall. And I know him because I used to roll a lot with the Accra Academy boys. I doubt you remember. And those boys, then they believed Kiddy were back then. Like he was no Kiddy.
Even back then, when he was Nana Dramina.
Yeah, they always used to tell me that there's this Dramina guy who sings very well. He's on the S Block side. And I just, for some weird reason, I just kept seeing him once in a while. Then all of a sudden, he won the Hitmaker. So when he won the Hitmaker, we're in level 300 when he won the Hitmaker. So then they were now like, oh, the guy we were telling me about has won Hitmaker.
Like I told you so.
I told you so. Exactly.
He's just crossed the T for me. Now I understand that part of him.
Right, the music part of him, right?
Yeah. So I mean, he's been amazing. He's been amazing.
Kiddy
I was
has been
listening I listened to the album last night. I listened to it this morning as well. And I get why he's asking.
Where do we go from here?
I mean, basically, his music has evolved over the period. He himself has become what he has become. So what is the next step?
Exactly.
I think the next phase, from what I heard on the album, is to become that global superstar. I think he's gone beyond.
Kiddy needs to become that domestic, name globally.
Globally, yes.
Exactly, that domestic name globally. So when you say Kiddy, everybody knows who we are talking about. So Nana Dramina, we're expectant this morning. We are waiting for you in studio, and especially after that episode that he was late to one of the radio stations, and he he was asked to leave the studio. He's never late. Ever since, he's never been late to any interview. And his team tells me that they'll be here very early this morning, just relaxing till it's time to have that conversation with him. So Nana Dramina, a.k.a. the girl DM Sugar. Say Wambaso.
He's a bad boy. He's a bad boy. Yeah, he's a bad boy. If you are listening to me and you doubt that he's a bad boy, just listen to Signature. Just take your time. Pay attention.
Kiddy, you're a bad boy. I hope you are listening. You have to respond to this.
Oh, I don't think he disagrees with that. I mean,
Kiddy, you are a bad boy. You're a bad boy. Kiddy, you are a bad boy. You are a bad boy. Anyway, it's another special day today. And I want to take a second, actually. Okay, give me a minute, because you'll be more than a second.
Take 2, yeah.
2 minutes,
take
right?
2, yeah. We agree with you.
You agree with me, right? You agree with me.
Uh-huh.
Listen, there's been someone very special in my life who's been there all through and through with me when I'm crying, when I'm happy, when I'm sick, when I'm down. She's seen it all.
Yeah.
Talk of soaking pressure, you know? And sometimes undue pressure, because there's pressure on me. You understand the space in which we are and things that we have to do. And this morning, I just want to take a second to celebrate my baby girl, Chantel Bless Okanse. It's her birthday. I'm even emotional right now. It's Shanti's birthday this morning. Shanti, I know you can see me because you're right here in the studio, but I'm looking straight into the camera. Shanti, you are an amazing human being. I don't know what I would have done without you. And this morning, together with my colleagues, I just want to say
for those who don't
you.
know her, she's Cookies too, I see.
Yes.
I just want to say
when Cookie is fighting you, it means she's also fighting you. I can imagine.
That is actually true.
And she's such a great studio hand. Helps
she's always
everybody. So all the photos of Beatrice that you see and all the videos on social media, most of it is...
Once in a while, she takes photos
and
of her as well.
I mean, she takes videos and photos of everyone. She terrorizes everybody in the control room. Shanti is the one
who would do the makeup of our guests, you know, sometimes fixing their bow ties and, you know, straightening their shirts and all of that. She's the one running to go and bring water. And Shanti was phenomenal during the 2024 elections in Tamale.
She's blushing.
Listen, Shanti was amazing. Behind the scenes, what she did for the Tamale team, especially during the 2024 elections, Shanti, you are amazing. This morning, I just want to say thank you. God bless
Shanti.
you and have a very, very happy birthday. Medase.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday to you, Shanti. But today, don't fight Akable, please. Today.
No, I mean, when Cookie is fighting, she's fighting. And so the problem always is when Cookie stops fighting, Cookie does not inform her. When she sees you, she's still fighting. And I'm like, yo, we've resolved the fight.
You know, she reflects Cookie's mood as well.
Yeah, all the time.
When Cookie is not too well, all of that, you see that as well.
Yeah, when you see her, you see Cookie.
Yes,
when you see her, you see Cookie.
This morning when I saw, I knew you were
happy. You knew I was
happy.
So Shanti, thank you very, very much. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Enjoy your day. It's your birthday today. Anything at all is on me. Whatever you want is on Mama, all
5
right?
days at
yes,
Kempisky.
it's on Mama. And nobody can stick cry. You let me know. I can stick you. 5 days in Kempisky. Hey, I would say. Anyway, a few things for us to look at. Oh, yesterday was such a dramatic day. Even as at 10 p.m., Parliament was still in session, but we are told that officially, the then majority leader has now handed over proceedings and everything else to James Agalga, who is now the new majority leader, because he's going into chieftaincy and local government, right?
Yes,
so
and
he's
religious
new,
affairs.
and religious affairs. So he is the new minister. And I remember when he was asked about the National Cathedral, and he did mention that he thought it was a very beautiful, laudable project, but it was poorly or badly executed. Are we looking at that for the big issue? Why are you smiling?
Because he had a lot of flack for that, you know,
yes,
for that comment.
Right.
Politicians, they would do much here. Anyways, no, it's not one of the. It's not one of the things.
It's amazing.
I saw his post shortly after. He
yes.
They think they are clever and fast, like politicians. And then a few other people, really. He was trending on social media with that
but in terms of the issues that we will be looking at, we will look at the vetting generally, because it was at the vetting that he said that, and we also how chaotic the vetting
it was. Even before the presser by the minority.
Exactly. And so that is one thing that we'll discuss, whether the vetting is giving us what we actually need in terms of a thorough scrutiny. I'll share with you a bit of Supreme Court decision, a famous Supreme Court decision that dealt with the issue of the vetting and what it should achieve, etc. We'll talk about that. Then a bit later, there is a decision, there is a report about a lot of Ghanaians, more than half basically being within the poverty line. We'll talk about that and what government should be able to do to deal with that situation. We also know that the Bagri Dam is also being spilled. It's one that anytime it happens, people are displaced. You have farms being destroyed, and so that is also another thing.
We've had a lot of announcements. But anyway, we said it would happen in the week.
Yes.
We should expect it in the week.
Yes, so that is also another thing that we'll talk about. Then the other one we've already introduced you to. Kitty will be joining us on the show to talk about his new album, Amazing Tracks. He has a song with Sarkodie on it. IDK is the title. He has a song with Ara DJ as well is on it as well. Then he has this song that sounds like his Touch It song. It has the reggae feel.
Yeah, the
It's called
the lyrics of these songs already.
No, not yet. No, I'm not there yet. I need to do a couple more days. But
I couldn't attend the album listening because we had to wake up to come the next morning. I knew that would have an effect on me. But I also just wanted to wait so that he comes and we all soak it together this morning. So be on the lookout for that interview with Kitty. But also, Ghana's Most Beautiful. It's a special day on the calendar of Ghana's Most Beautiful. We are taking our culinary competition today outside the premises. No, actually inside the premises here, but of course outside the studio. Okay. And there's no talking about culture and heritage without food. Absolutely. Our food is really, and Ghanaian food, oh my goodness, is part of our culture and heritage. So all 16 ladies have been put into 4 different groups, and the Northern team consisting of Basi, Ayim Boma, Pini, and Answav Dabu. They are cooking Tozafi with Ayoyo this morning. Tozafi and Ayoyo. The middle belt, represented by Anile, Nanama, Nana Konedu, and Kiba, are throwing it down with some rice and zongo stew.
Aye.
Yes, rice and zongo stew. And then a Southeast team, including Lamile, Ohinewa, Boatima, and Sesinam are making Ghana jollof. Yes, Ghana jollof today. And then the Southwest team, Tiwa, Ahema, Ampoma, and then Besua are making fufu with light soup.
Thank you very much.
And they are kablene Beatrice Edu So that's the competition we have this morning. Ketsi Pomo tomato paste. Thank you very much for coming aboard this one. So it's a usual ritual on Ghana's Most Beautiful every year. And you are looking at a 3-time winner of the cooking competition. I'm talking about myself, yes. These days I've relinquished, the belts to the contestants themselves.
I'm sorry, just for clarity.
Sorry?
You said 3-time winner.
Yeah, 3-time winner of the jollof competition here. You didn't know?
No. No, I'm coming. Just calm down. If you hear my question, you agree with my question.
Okay.
I thought the cooking was for the GMB contestants.
So the GMB contestants used to cook with us presenters.
Oh, okay.
So it used to be me, Crystal,
so your victory was
Anita,
over the presenters or over
over the presenters.
Okay.
So presenters are cooking with the support of the GMB queens, and I've won.
So you're cooking today as well?
No, today I'm just presenting and tasting. I've won 3 consecutive times.
I wanted to try your meat today.
Joseph,
no, I believe you.
No, Coco, tell him. Satam now on your madam for, so you have no idea. Just that these days,
that's a long time ago.
I don't invite people to my house anymore. But for you too, I will. But ask Johnny. Johnny has tasted my cooking, and he can testify that.
No, the way you said it, it sounded like you were in the competition. That was why I wanted to
because
clarify.
I'm a co-host of Ghana's Most Beautiful. I still cook. I'm cooking in my house today. Just that I'm not going to invite you.
I'm not upset. I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
And today I am overseeing the GMB cooking competition. So but maybe if Shadra convinces me, I can make food for you. Yeah, Shadi, can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Just for Akable. You know you're my baby. High five.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's how you get a free meal, yeah? You talk.
Anyway, let's cross over to the other side. On a more serious note, the Bagri Dam spillage will be underway, or even, I'm sure it's even underway by now, but they gave 9 a.m. as the stipulated time. We'll tell you why it is necessary for the Bagri Dam to be open today and the effects, especially on the northern regions of our dear country, Ghana. We'll be right back. It's This Morning.
Experienced a very severe flooding, and it occurred twice when students were in school, and that was just around the same time that the Bagre Dam was open. And the point is that much of the water, because we are not very far from the White Volta, and normally when there's an overflow from the White Volta, from the northern part of the school, the water flows downward, southward, towards the Kwasampa Township, and it's also accompanied by heavy rainfalls around these places, this area. There were a number of culverts on the main route, taking water from the western part to the eastern part. Now, most of these culverts have been removed, so there is no way water could flow from the western part to the eastern farmlands. So all the water flows towards the school. Now, if you look at the school, it is fenced. There is a gutter after the fence, but the gutter is too small to contain large volumes of water. And because the culverts have been removed, the water flows, the gutter gets full, then the only place is to enter the campus. And when the water enters the campus, it covers a very wide area of the school campus. A very beautiful road network, and there are gutters all over. So when the flooding happens, it covers the gutters, so you can't see the gutters. So any attempt by individuals to try to navigate along the road, the probability of you falling in the gutter is very high. And so when it happens that way, we always ask all staff and students to remain in the dormitory or in their houses until the water subsides, until they can see the surfaces of the gutters. In fact, in 2023, when we have some little flooding, the assemblies of God Women's Ministry, They came here for their women conference. And because of the flooding, we had to put some blocks at the edges of some of the gutters to give directions. But all the same, a woman mistakenly fell inside one of the gutters and had a multiple fracture. It was so serious. Look at the metal. If you look at the metal street lights, currently all of them they are not working because the wires are underground. They were buried underground. At a point in time, we dug to check the wires and we realized some of the wires were rotten. So we had to remove them. So you can imagine the fact that when there's so much water, the whole place is covered with water and a wire is exposed somewhere. It will electrify the whole water. And somebody entering inside the water can easily get electrocuted. So these are the dangers of the flooding, which we think that it needs immediate attention to save lives.
And you just heard there some residents expressing their concern about the spillage and, of course, what happens when the Bagri Dam is spilled. Let's go to our correspondent now, Solomon Kanawule, who joins us live via video call. Solomon, if you can hear me, tell us what the atmosphere is like this morning with just a few hours, really, for the Bagri Dam to be spilled. Solomon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, tell us what's happening this morning. We've just got just a couple of hours, really, for the Bagri Dam to be spilled. How people are anticipating the water, getting to their farms or communities.
Please, come again. The voice is very down.
Okay, I'm actually screaming in the studio now. I'm asking you what is happening this morning. Tell us.
All right, so just as we all know, this morning we are expecting Bagri Dam officials to open it. The time they gave us 9 a.m. this morning. So in some few hours, we should be expecting the officials to open the Bagri Dam. However, when you get to the northeast region here, the farmers, communities along the White Volta, they are prepared. And NADMO have also kept some mechanisms in place for safety. In case of anything, they can be able to respond. Though farmers were advised to harvest their crops early enough before the Bagri village is open. However, farmers are unable to do so because their crops, they say, are not yet matured for harvest. Just yesterday, some went to the farm hoping that they can be able to harvest at least something from the farm, but unfortunately, they said it's not possible. And so as it stands now, though community members are very much aware, not all has gone to sensitize the people as to the do's and the don'ts when the Bagri Dam is open. So everybody I can see is aware about the Bagri Dam spill-up, which will take effect in some
You talked about NADMO standing by to help those who may need help. But the last time when we spoke and we indeed interacted with some of the residents, they seemed to give a different view that they had not received any kind of support at all. Can you bring us an update on that?
All right, so with regards to the support from NADMO, for now, no. The only preparation on ground is the availability of flying boats, which previously they have just one, and now they said they have 6 of them, and that is the only available tool NADMO has provided. And regarding other relief items, though community members along the White Volta requested for life jackets, but as it stands now, it's not available to them. And also looking at communities that when the last, let's say, gets to the region, they will not be able to cross to other communities, access other services like health centers, schools, services. For them, as it stands now, they haven't been any, let me say, availability, let me say, or something that have been maybe midnight somebody, pregnant woman wants to deliver, third communities for a land, they have aid Africans temporarily provided for them.
Okay, that's a very critical issue you're raising there, but we kept losing you along the line because of the quality of the sound. Are you saying that there's a challenge with access to health facilities because of the circumstances, but are you saying that temporary or first aid sort of, health systems, as it were, have been put in place to assist those who may need such help immediately? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Because aside that, communities here, we have poor road network. And looking at the stretch here, when you take areas like Passing Pay, then you travel through to Mampurugu, then you cross to Upper West region, and so the state goes to Upper East region. It also links to Savannah region. So apart from health, any other service that these communities rely on, other communities, let's take for instance, Passing Pay is a bigger community within those areas, and so most of their most of the smaller communities rely on Passing Pay for most of their services. Come to think of buying of other basic items, these communities rely on them. So apart from health services, there are other challenges that these communities will be forced to face.
My last question to you, Solomon, in terms of those who may need temporary accommodations, some even food, what do you know has been put in place for them?
Let's come again.
For those who may need food and shelter, do you know which plans are available to help them?
So that will be another challenge, because here mostly, I would say that they basically rely on the maize, the cereals, and with this, they will have to also grind it. You need a grinding mill, and as I indicated, most of these communities are very small, and so they do not have some of these, like if you want to grind maize, millet, or other things. And looking at it also, they don't have market centers that they can solely rely on whenever they needed some major food items. They have to patronize with Passing Pay, Wale Wale, and other communities. And those around the Yagaba side as well, they have to also rely on them. And so these are going to be a challenge to these people.
Let's
because
try and get
apart from what they have already, when they are short of food and other things, it's difficult for them to come by it.
Thank you very much, Solomon Kanaule. He's our Northeast Regional Correspondent. Let's try to get some answers from the Regional Minister, Ibrahim Tia, who joins us, I believe, on the phone. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you so much for linking up to me.
First of all, are you able to tell us how many people potentially are likely to be affected by this spillage within your region?
Certainly, the communities living around White Volta will be those certainly will to be affected, like Pasinke, Bulbia, Mishu, Janga, those along the White Volta in the region. They are those who are potentially to be affected.
We just spoke with our correspondent, and he talked about life jackets being a challenge and also shelter as well. As a regional minister, what do you know as regards what kind of systems are going to be put in place to ensure that people get life jackets and even shelter for those who may not have anywhere to go?
As you know, this issue of the spillage of the Bagre Dam has been with us for several years for now. And at least we've learned our lessons. It is not only life jackets that is going to be the issue, but getting the people sensitized to leave the White Volta, wherever the water stretches up to, is one of the measures. Again, we have the 51 Regiment military attachment plus NADMU from Accra, who are with us, and we are always on the ground talking to the community people to leave. And, this year we've had enough time to sensitize the communities because it is running close to about 3 weeks now when they announced that they wanted to open the Bagre Dam, looking at the levels of the water. Indeed. So we've had enough engagement with them. Apart from that, usually the water doesn't usually come and cover the communities. Some of the communities are far apart from the white boulder. It is the food, the crops that they farm around the river, which are always covered mostly. So this year, I think with the enough education that we've given them, I think we can mitigate whatever effects that comes around. However, we are looking at it. If it goes beyond, yes, we've had discussions with NADMO and other organizations to see how we can get some support for them.
And speaking of NADMO, last week we spoke to some residents, I believe within your area as well, who talked about not receiving any major or significant help, particularly the farmers who tend to lose a lot. What do you intend to do differently to ensure that people at least benefit from the kind of help they are supposed to get in such circumstances?
Yes, indeed. As you know, this has to do with resources. And once it has to do with resources, sometimes we need to prepare to get the logistics ready to get all these items down for them. So we are working around to see how things we can help the farmers along the white boulder.
And in terms of food, and for those who may not have anywhere to go, everything ready?
Last week, I spoke to one of the media stations, and I said, look, as hospitable as we are as Northerners, knowing the situation on the ground, when it gets to people, the water taking over their homes, some will move to the higher lands to join their families. Others to some of the schools who are also available, we move some of them into the schools because we cannot get shelter for maybe everybody. But it doesn't get to that level. Like I mentioned, we've been with this spillage for several years. So when we even get to the west, it has a point that it gets to, and it will not exceed that level.
And so you would say that between now and 9 a.m., when we are expecting the spillage, everything is ready?
9 a.m., yes. But it will take us maybe about 24 to 48 hours before it even gets to us. Take note, they are opening it currently at Sonabel in Burkina Faso. So it takes time before it will get to our source.
Yeah, so the import of the question is, as the head of the Regional Security Council, you believe that everything is safe, even within these hours that you talk about?
Like I mentioned, this year we've had the indication that they are opening the dam for about 3 weeks ago. So we've been on the ground, we've sensitized them a lot, everybody is aware they are opening it. But just like they've said 9 o'clock, this may take us an additional 12 to 24 hours or even 48 hours before it will get to the source of Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Honorable Ibrahim Tia, who is the Regional Minister for the Northeast region, one of the regions to be affected by the spillage of the Bagre Dam. And you heard him there. It will take between 24 and 48 hours for the impact to be felt within those communities. A number of you already sending in your messages. Mr. Simon Yenwa in the Upper West region says, good morning, Beatrice Cookie and Akable. I want to congratulate TV3 for extensive caution to the public prone to the potential Bagre Dam spillage hazards. So, my people, please listen. Do not value your crops over your lives. A word to the wise is enough.
Well, interesting piece of advice there, and hearing from the minister on what is being done as well. I still think that NADMO needs to be on standby with the boats and the life jackets as well, and relief items, the temporary shelter. I think the shelter is the biggest challenge always. We over the period, we don't seem to have the capacity to immediately put up temporary shelter.
And he actually admitted it. They can't shelter everybody.
It's just like most of the problems we face in this country. It's a resource problem, but we need to devote a lot of money because not everyone, a lot of the time, those who are moving, if you are fortunate to have a relative who lives in an area that is not likely to be affected, it means that you have a place to live. But there are a lot of people that cannot. Just think of it in a situation where a random person you have to, where you live here in Accra, you have to move because of an emergency. Not all of us will have someone we can call and move to. So that's how we have to think of it. And that's how come the social support comes in, and it's important that we take steps to provide that for everyone.
Yeah, indeed. And let's cross over now to the other side. Kukiti is supervising the cooking that we talked to you about. Cookie.
Yes, Beatrice and Akable, thank you very, very much. Now, this morning, the Ghana's Most Beautiful competition has gotten off the stage and is now in our Ghanaian traditional kitchen. And so this morning, through recipes handed down from our grandmothers, our aunties, our sisters, to these young, beautiful ladies, we are going to be smelling aromas, tasting flavors, and making sure that these queens are really representing the regions they have come from into the competition. Of course, the legacy year 2026. But this morning, Gino has been one of the longest sponsors of Ghana's Most Beautiful, and it's not the very first time they are here championing this cause of this culinary competition. It's actually, I can't even count how many times we have done this. Noah, how many times have we done this?
This has been
You're on.
This has been several years. We've partnered the GMB.
Right.
And this year, we hope that the queens will give us some sumptuous meals as they begin to prepare.
I am sure they will.
Yeah.
Now, standing by me, as you heard his voice, is the senior category manager, GB Foods Ghana Limited, Noah Akelasori Ade. No, give me your surname. I don't want to make him. Adentohe. He's my countryman. He's from the Upper East region. Yeah. Noah, what's your favorite food, by the way?
My favorite is actually... a lot of people will be shocked in the office.
Which one is it?
It's rice balls and granite soup.
Oh, wow. Yes. I thought you were going to say some ayoyo and tozafi. And no. Ladies, are we here? Oh, I cannot hear the energy. Ladies, are we here? Okay, we'll see about that today. I was just testing to see how it's going in the kitchen. But Noah, tell us, you've partnered with Ghana's Most Beautiful for a very long time. What does this partnership still mean to you?
Thank you so much, Cookie. I think for Ghana's Most Beautiful, we know that for Ghana's Most Beautiful, it is more about our cultures, our heritage, and also celebrating the diversity of the Ghanaian culture. And so at GB Foods, our purpose is to celebrate local flavors. And in celebrating local flavors, I think that is a good match for Ghana's Most Beautiful, given that this can be expressed in our indigenous culinary experiences through the food that we cook and the food that we eat.
Okay. This is not the first time, like I mentioned, that we are having this competition. Back in the day, we used to have continental dishes right here in the kitchen. But I see that for this year, for GB Foods and Gino especially, the concentration is on local flavors. Tell us why.
Absolutely. And like I mentioned, in celebrating local flavors, we try to ensure that whatever we produce comes from here, but also celebrating the indigenous foods that we have. And we express celebrating local flavors through our brands, led by Gino, obviously. And so we have an ultra-modern facility here where we actually pack all our products. We also have Pomo tomato mix, which is also sold in the northern part of Ghana.
Right.
And then we, of course, last 2 years, we brought one of our newest kits, which was Gino Jollof.
Okay.
You know, jollof can be a tricky meal to prepare.
Very tricky. A lot of people struggle with it.
Absolutely, because you never know
right.
the outcome that you will have, especially when you have visitors. And so GB Foods came up with Gino Jollof to ensure that everything that you need in preparing your jollof is in there, and it gives you the right, rich taste that you deserve. But of course, we also have our herbs and spices where we have our Gino hot pepper powder,
yes.
As well as our Didishito, our newest kit on the block. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Now, I see the menu today has been curated, of course, in collaboration with GMB. It's been curated to taste local.
Absolutely.
So we have tozafi and ayoyo.
Yeah.
We have rice and zongo stew, fufu and a ponchin kakra. And then, of course, we have Ghana jollof. What went into the thinking of putting this menu together?
Of course, the diversity of our brands and our brands being able to be versatile in preparing Ghanaian meals. And so it is to demonstrate how versatile our brands are. So whether you are preparing fufu and your abenkwai or light soup, you have Gino tomato mix that you can use. We also have Gino pepper and onion. Gino pepper and onion can be used for your stews, for your soups, and even for your jollof and any other meal that you are preparing.
Right.
But also Pomo tomato mix. Whether you are preparing, tozafi and ayoyo with your zongo stew, you can
Still
always
use
fall on that.
the
And then
pomo.
for jollof, your Ghana jollof, you can always rely on Gino jollof mix.
Absolutely. Noah, it's been amazing standing here for a few minutes with you. We cannot wait for the food to get ready so we taste and then declare the winner for the day. But what message do you have for these beautiful queens as they prep to get our taste buds ready for tasting?
I can assure you, you have all the very best brands that you can have.
Okay.
And I can only wish you all the very best in your meal preparation.
Right.
And may the best team win.
May the best team win. Thank you so much, Noah, for being with us this morning. Noah is the Senior Category Manager, GB Foods Ghana Limited. Noah, thank you very much.
Thank you so
Be sure
much,
to be here at the end to taste the food with me.
Absolutely.
Now, ladies, are you ready for me? Ladies, are you ready? Well, let me come to Team Pomo. Am I correct? Yes. This is Team Pomo. Team Pomo, good morning. You may want to pay attention to me for a few seconds. What's going on? You're trying to light up the fire, right? But just pay attention for a few seconds. Let me catch you on camera before you continue. I know you want to win, and you are going to win. Yes, so let's get into it. Sweetheart, your name? No, wait. I'll come there. I'll come there. I'll come there. Your name and which region you represent?
I'm Pini, representing the people of the Northeast region.
And you?
I'm Ayim Boma from Upper East region.
The Northern Belt is in the building. Hello, darling. Yes, honey. Your name and which region?
Hello, my name is Basi, representing the Northern region.
Basi, you are so busy. And then, sweetheart, what's your name?
My name is Answav Dabu, representing the Upper West region.
All right, so all these names that you've heard this morning are representing the Northern Belt, but in the kitchen, in the Gino kitchen today, they are Team Pomo, and they are making tozafi and ayoyo. Your Northern signature.
Yes, our Northern signature.
So what's the Northern secret that's going to ensure that you people win the competition today?
Okay, dawa dawa, our local spice, dawa dawa, yes.
So we'll be feeling and tasting some dawa dawa today. But tell me, what are you doing differently from the other teams that will ensure that you people carry the day?
I think what we'll do differently is how organized we are and how we want to make our food turn out very delicious. So you all should anticipate for the Northern Belt.
No problem at all. I'll come back to you, ladies, and we'll have more conversations later. Now I'm entering the kitchen of Team Gino Pepper and Onion, and this morning they are telling me they are making
rice and zongo stew.
Wow, rice and zongo stew. Okay, Kiba, you are from Savannah region. I've introduced you already. Sweetheart, where are you from and what's your name?
My name is Nanama from Mahafu region.
Okay, Nanama. Sweetie, and the name is?
Nana Kunedu from the Bono region.
Okay, and you are?
Anile, Bono East region.
Okay, and so you are making rice and zongo stew. How different is that from the Northern Belt? Because they are telling me they are doing some ayoyo and some tozafi and all of that. How different is this going to taste today?
Okay, ours is going to taste superb because the Bono girls and our Savannah sister will be cooking. It's going to be a showdown in this kitchen.
Then you will experience my wrath. Now let's come to the kitchen of Team Gino. Good morning. How are we doing?
You're doing well.
Your name and your region.
Based, are representing the central region.
And you are?
I'm Ahinma from the western region.
Sweetheart, you are?
Tiwa from the western north region.
Now, Tiwa, when I said they will win, you wanted to beat me. But you to win.
You were just manifesting it for them, and I wanted you to take your time and then anticipate and then see the final result.
Okay, because the sweetness of the pudding is in the eating. Yeah. Okay, and your name is?
I'm Poma from Ashanti region.
Say kutu. Enti aha nye fufu ene anameboa. Aha na fufu ni aponten krakra no ewo ene. So tell me, what are you doing differently to ensure that your team carries the day?
Ashanti, Fancy, Central, Western, and then Series are known for fufu. So anticipate nothing but the best. Yeah.
Anticipate
special ingredients we are adding to make our food different.
The Northern Belt said they are adding dawa dawa. What are you adding that's different? What's the secret ingredient here?
We are adding our special Gino curry powder, our natural spices. Yeah.
In the fufu. All right. Let me come to Team Gino Jollof. And the stakes are very high here today because every Ghanaian loves their jollof. So it means that as for you people, you have no other choice but to impress all of us with good tasting Ghana jollof. Lamide, okay, meaning when I coming?
That be many way jollof. Okay, Gino jollof in whole jollof.
Okay, Gino jollof and whole bars, baby, bars. So that's lovely representing the Greater Accra region. And then, sweetheart, talk to me. You are?
Boatsma from the OT region.
OT region. That's one lesson you've taught all of us, that it's not OT region, it's the OT region. Now, OT region is really Yanka jollof, if I'm hoping.
Hey, me say, Yanka Chiramoda, and so ended the Mube Hunina.
All right, no problem. Sasidam. Efonama.
But
you there is Banku and Abobitadi. What business do you have with jollof this morning?
When it comes to Voltarians, we are not limited. The power is in the arm.
So your arm is going to do the magic today. All right, no problem at all. Yes, darling, your name and which region?
I'm Ohinewa, representing the Eastern region.
Ohinewa, I see you are giving your teammates a lot of support. So what's the secret ingredient that will make the difference here today?
We won't tell you our secret ingredient.
I won't tell me. Otherwise, I'll go and tell the other team. Oh, but I'm not like that. Oh, you don't trust me. I'm not like that. Oh, no, try. I can tell. No, you can tell me. I promise. No, you tell me. Sir. So you won't tell me the secret? I won't tell anybody. Why are you like this? It's me. Oh.
You know the other countries are watching. They want our secret, so we won't give it to you.
You will not release it. Because Ghana Jollof still has to win the competition. All right, no problem at all. I wish you ladies all the very best. We'll be coming to you intermittently to see how the flavors and aromas are coming together right here in the kitchen. And of course, our guest for the big issue, Mr. Jantua, as well as Ebo Bachman, will be here later to taste the food. I remember when Mr. Jantua tasted the meal, how many years ago? I think about 3 years ago, right? And declared that very team, I think it was Jollof, declared them winners. But we'll see who wins this competition today. It's still TV3 Newday, and this is the culinary GMB culinary competition, of course, for the year 2026. We'll be right back.
Hope of generation, so let the nation sing. Long live our Ghana's most beautiful. Worthy is the crown that falls on her head. Oh, back from Greater Accra region. Aquaba from Masantima. Was on low from Yabeni Baji. Now, what's the region? It's 10 region of Basima.
Kamaldeen, who is a Dagomba, says that it's improper for me to leave it up, and that it's only the Yana who can do that. So I had to yield to Kamaldeen's wise counsel.
But you offered me the same counsel some months back.
I believe that if you are not from a particular ethnic group, the spiritual powers and all those things cannot affect you.
I'm from Western,
and I still believe in that.
You offered me that advice.
Yes.
Even Western region, you offered me that advice. But anyways, thank you for joining us as always. Let's get right into the conversation. And we're having a conversation about the vetting that took place in Parliament yesterday. And the question that is being asked is whether the current form of the vetting, whether it delivers the accountability that we all seek and we all desire. In fact, it's actually an accountability tool. Is it actually a mechanism for checking to see whether a person is fit for the role that they've been assigned to? And over the years, there have been lots and lots of debates about it. In fact, as far back as the late 90s, in the second term of former President Jerry John Rawlings, the matter actually ended up in the Supreme Court. For most constitutional law enthusiasts, students of law, you'll be familiar with the case of J.H. Mensah versus the Attorney General. It's a case that J.H. Mensah, the then minority leader, took to court. At the time, President Rawlings had won his second term, and he had decided to retain some of his ministers who had served in the first term. So someone like Kwame Pepra, who was the finance minister, had been retained again. Someone like Kletos Avoka, who was a regional minister, had also been retained. And then the position of the government at the time was that because those individuals had been vetted already by the previous parliament and received a prior approval and taken office, with a new government coming in, they didn't even require any more parliamentary approval. And so Kwame Pepra was due to deliver a budget statement in parliament when the minority leader on the morning informed the House that he had issued a writ through his lawyers, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Akoto Ampao, that they had filed a writ basically asking the Supreme Court to declare that because those appointees, the retained ones, they were vetted by a parliament whose life had ended, it meant that they ought to be vetted once again. And in court, Dr. Beda Samoa, the Attorney General at the time, together with Martin Amidu, were both on the side of the government. They argued against Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's position. Eventually, the court agreed with most of the points that the plaintiffs, that is J.H. Mensah and his lawyers, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Akoto Ampao, had urged on the court, especially on the fact that once the life of the parliament ends, it required a new vetting. But there's a part of the decision that the court disagreed with Nana Akufo-Addo on, and that was the question of whether it should be a vetting that actually should take place, a vetting. Because Nana Akufo-Addo's argument was that the prior approval should be vetting, that the people should be subjected to some form of scrutiny. By 4-1, the majority took the view that what is necessary is a prior approval, and that Parliament, as a master of its own procedure, could decide how it should undertake that particular prior approval. So if it wants to do vetting, it can do vetting. But what it cannot do is to say that it will not grant that approval because a previous Parliament had already given that approval. And so that is where it's left us with. So basically, what Parliament is required to do is to give approval. And they have decided over the period to have an appointment committee that does the vetting, and they recommend to the plenary, then the plenary approves the report of the appointment committee, which mostly results in the approval of the nominees. And so that is the system that we've evolved over the place. And so the constitutional architecture has been explained. It's not a vetting. It's an approval that Parliament must do, and Parliament must regulate it. But over the period, we know that the vetting is what is being done, and it's being done in the manner that we've had cause to complain. Before seeing how chaotic it's been over the period. And so that is how we have journeyed so far. But yesterday, it was supposed to be vetting for two ministerial nominees, Dr. Zaneto Agyemang-Rawlings, the Minister Designate for Environment, and also Hama Ayariga, the former majority leader who is to head to the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. I want you to watch this clip of what played out in Parliament when the committee had actually finished vetting the two ministerial nominees. We were just about to vet the Supreme Court nominees, the three individuals who have been appointed to the Supreme Court, Justice Benasco, and also Justice Amwakwa Asante, and Mr. Tony Forson Jr., the former president of the Ghana Bar Association.
committee resolved that the referrer includes the 3 judges nominees. We cannot therefore discriminate in favor of our colleague nominees and against the 3 judges nominees. I therefore consider all grounds of the minority leader as flimsy and hollow. I considered his objection to be frivolous, vexatious, unmeritorious, baseless on the facts, the rules, and the law. Therefore, I will accordingly dismiss the objection by the minority leader in limine. Thank you for your rapt attention.
Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, you don't have the power to dismiss a preliminary objection properly raised. I kept quiet.
You called on me.
I didn't call on. I said there's resolve.
Rule
no,
on the
I didn't
matter.
say rule. I said resolve. Don't get me wrong. No, resolve.
Honorable Minority Leader.
No, please.
Let your microphone be off.
No, Chairman, don't start your thing. Don't start it and then finish and think you can control narrative.
You raise a preliminary
you can't
objection.
Rule. It's not a ruling.
And the preliminary
a
objection
decision.
is supposed
This
to be
committee
ruled upon by the rules of the House.
No, which rule? Quote it. Quote which rule? Quote the rule. Quote it. If the standing order is here.
Yeah, so
mine is here.
Take your
no, majority leader, take your time.
No, take your
majority leader, he's capable.
No, take your,
he doesn't need a lawyer.
Please.
Let him. This is it. Rule it. Open.
Take your
Open.
orders.
You people are taking this majority thing too far.
Open to 268.
You were my mate. You were my mate. I was called before you. I was called before you. You were my steady mate. You know my law is unsoiled. You know, Eche. You know. Don't let politics, make you behave this way.
Clerk of the committee, Chairman, I'll call upon you.
The clerk, you know the rules.
Accordingly.
That you, the clerks, know that in all situations, the committee is not a one-sided committee. The clerks, we don't want you to get into this matter. There has to be some consensus here. Don't rush to get into this matter. And we expect the clerk to Parliament to know the job, his job.
Hereby directed to administer.
We have a say. The minority and what the majority is doing is wrong. Public servant, don't get into this. It is not your duty. No, it is not your duty. You, parliamentary service, it is not your. What you are doing is wrong. When we were in power, you never allowed this. Parliamentary service, don't do what you are doing. You are not a partisan institution. You are supposed to be neutral. The ranking is here. Don't do what you're doing. Don't do what you're doing. Don't do what you're doing. Parliamentary service staff, don't do what you're doing. We must be here. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair.
If you missed out on the parliamentary session eventually yesterday, what happened was that the minority walked out of the vetting. So it meant that only one side of the House vetted the nominees. In fact, I was listening to the vetting and basically they were just asked 1 or 2 questions here and there. The vetting was done. There was one of the nominees, she had actually been vetted previously. She was appointed by the previous government, Justice Benasco, the Court of Appeal judge, but the committee had recommended the approval, but that approval could not be taken before the life of that parliament came to an end. And so the committee basically were like, she had excelled at the previous vetting, so they didn't even have to bother. But even in terms of the others, they barely asked any questions and they left. And the minority's main concern was the short time. And they said that they had about just a 3-day notice to do it. They said they had not, they needed adequate time due to the seriousness of the positions that they were occupying. The minority leader had distinguished between the role of a chief of a Supreme Court judge from that of a ministerial appointee, which he said is at the pleasure of the president. He can be fired at any point in time. He made reference to the fact that parliamentary procedures had to be suspended. A key one even has to do with the publication that is done in the dailies, informing the public to bring memoranda about these individuals if necessary. Says all of that was not done. Neither was a motion moved to suspend those procedures. And so those are some of the procedural issues that he raised over there. And let's get right into the conversation. Maybe I'll start off with Kamaldeen next to me. Yeah, I mean, you worked out.
You start with the majority.
They stuck to the.
You should start with the majority because who caused the whole confusion?
I mean, it depends on how you want to look at it.
Kamel, they are not the host. It doesn't matter. I don't have a problem.
Kamel, they are not the host.
Whichever way you look at it, they are not the host. Whichever way you look at it.
Come on,
ideally,
Kamel, they are not the host. Come on, you want to work out.
They are not the host. No, I'm saying that. Ideally,
so my question is,
you start with me. No, but it doesn't matter. That's fine.
They are not the host.
Let me. I'll deal with it.
I'm coming. It matters to the extent that it matters to the extent that I've decided to start with you. So
that's okay. That's okay.
Let's operate that way.
That's okay. Let me go back. First of all.
I mean, even
if I'm sleeping, you tap me. Issues relating to parliament shows how prepared you are.
Okay, so let's.
Even if I'm sleeping, you tap me.
No problem.
Issues relating to the constitution of Ghana.
No problem. You calm down for me.
Okay.
Calm down for me.
I am always ever prepared.
So let's do this. The way things are going, I know how things will play out eventually. So let's allow Kamaldeen, please, no interference. Let's allow him to speak when he is done. Well, we all have. Come on, relax for me. Relax.
No, that's fine.
When I wanted you to talk, you were not talking. No. We all have our notepads in front of us. If you have any point, make your notes. When you get a chance, you can do your rebuttals and everything. Come on, it's becoming a regular feature. We see the minority that this takes place all the time. In fact, the last time tables 10 and all of that, we've seen that play out. This time around, it's playing out again. I mean, is it a case that your party believes that there's something that is genuinely untoward happening at the appointment committee, or is just an opportunity to more or less stampede what is taking place there?
Well, thank you very much. There is no peaceful environment, okay, visited on anyone that would see a revolt. If due course, due process of law, due process of how we do things are followed by the one who is supposed to trigger it, it will be meaningless to counter it with a revolt. That's how I'll start with it. But to proceed, the MPP, we pride ourselves as doers of democracy in this country. And whether you like it or not, when we fought hard to get the misrule of Jerry Rawlings to move from that cruelty that they were visiting on Ghanaians to constitutionalism, we meant it. I'm not surprised Afenyomarkin had to raise concerns about how things are done. You notified us. Come and let's vet two people. In this case, environment nominee, minister, and local government chieftaincy and religious affairs minister. Having arrived, we are told the timetable has changed. We are vetting, in addition, some other personalities who are nominees to the Supreme Court. Who you gave us notice only 3 days ago. And you expect us, listen to the question you asked before this discussion. You said whether the vetting process was worth it. Whether what we need to get from the vetting process as a people, we actually get it, or is just rubber stamp. That's actually the import of your discussion this morning. Then the minority raised a concern. We are done with this, but with a greater respect. We had agreed that Supreme Court vetting should be done in October. Majority leader was seated there. He raised it. Then he raised a concern again that will it be proper to do proper scrutiny for only 3 days of nominees to the Superior Court of the apex court of the land? Are we serious people? How are we going to see between? He raises this matter, then someone says, I've overruled. Go ahead and do what you want to do because you have numbers. Then the same person is going to be chastised. Come on, let's get serious. I am happy discerning minds are watching this program. Discerning minds are watching the vetting process. Discerning minds have a history of how vetting has been done in this country. It's not about what you sit down to say or insult. Look, when we had a hung parliament, kind of, look at how the vetting went. Both at committee level and at the plenary. They understood themselves to the extent that voting was conducted for approval to be given, because it was so, a hung parliament, so important, both sides need to be served, and Ghanaians by extension needed to be served. When all this were done, it took the NDC to even take on their leadership. Haruna Iddrisu was insulted virtually that they were compromised to pass on ministers and the NDC. They insulted him, Haruna Iddrisu, who was minority leader. You understand? I'm trying to tell you that some of these vetting, it is important to take it serious. Because the minority then thought it was so serious and thought scrutiny had to be done on those people they're supposed to be vetting, and thought that approval should not even be given to some people, but their people in parliament did that. They insulted their minority leader. And you expect Afenyomakin to sit down. When things are not going right, he should be quiet. Listen to the adjectives that the chairman of the committee was using. Unwarranted, needless. I don't know if just learned those words yesterday. I don't know. Because it was unwarranted. He only raised an objection. And you had done a meeting only for you to come and call people flimsy.
Yeah, but the issues that you raised, first about the recall.
Baseless?
First about the recall, the chairman in his ruling that he delivered, he made a point that the recall was for those 3 businesses, not the 2, not as Afenyomakin had said. He said, in fact, in this ruling, which I'm reading, I have in front of me, he says the request was not only limited to the referral of the 2 ministerial nominees, vetting and consideration by Parliament. It includes the referral of the 3 judges nominees, referral and vetting by the committee.
It then announced then, or they had agreed as leadership? No.
He says the referral.
The meeting,
in fact, he says the request.
referred to meeting that they had as leadership.
Yes, the leadership meeting is what resulted even in the vetting taking place on Thursday.
But who
and not
to be
Wednesday.
vetted? The question was who and who. They deferred the vetting of the Supreme Court because of timing to October. None of them denied what Afenyomakin said there. Okay? In room, they had agreed. Now, only for us to come and then you ambush us with saying that, let's do this. Then if we say no, you try to pitch us against these people. It was wrong. And I think that, look, it's not all the time the majority will be right. That is why even in the law, because you are a lawyer, dissenting views sometimes are what even you read to get proper law. You understand? And I want to say that, look, what Afenyomakin did was to stand their grounds, to let the minority and let the whole world understand that you are representing the people. Let's not rush this. With a greater respect. There's this argument of the minority when they were in opposition, that the Akufo-Addo government was what? Seen to be packing the courts of the Superior Court. Today, what has happened to that argument? What has happened? John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, he's forgotten of that argument. Elements of the NDC have forgotten that we are packing down the Apex Court, and you want us to rush it? These are men of integrity they have nominated, the president has nominated. They are supposed to be scrutinized per the law. Looked at. Why? The J. Mensah case that you cited. What was the end? Parliament said, the court said they ought to be what? Vetted. Because we need to know the people we are putting there. Okay? So I am saying that the matters that Afenyomakin raised, you may dislike him, you can say whatever you want, but it was right. Every right-thinking Ghanaian will tell you that it was right. Nobody should rush us in 3 days to go and scrutinize someone to sit at the apex court of the land. And then you say, no, we shouldn't talk. Why should we turn everything to politics? Principle is principle. If you have decided to find it convenient to depart from your principle when you thought that the court was being packed, somebody thinks that it's not proper. They'll have to raise it and pitch you against it. So I think that, look, what we have to do as a people, let us take the law. Read what the law says. Refer to whatever the principles are. Let's go by the principle. That is why I started by saying that when you come with peace, you will not meet revolt. When you come with principle, you will meet what? Discerning minds. And then you will do things right and Ghana will benefit. But this thing about, because I don't like Afenyomakin, whether he does what is right, I'll hold his on insult. Look at the way he's talking. Afenyomakin has done, he should go and look at how some people are behaving when they were minority leading. Why? I think he did the right thing. He raised it. He raised cogent and strong points. The majority should come and say that all that he said were wrong. They didn't say it in the meeting.
Yeah, but I mean, after,
and then prove him wrong.
Yeah, but after raising all of that, what was the point of the workout? What does it achieve, especially because you want to scrutinize the person? You say that you need time to prepare properly. You don't have the time to prepare properly. Is it not better to do what you can do within the circumstance you have yourself, as against leaving and whatever taking place?
If you have followed parliamentary proceedings since the inception of the fourth Republican Constitution, walkout has always been part of a protest, a way to protest when things are not done right. And it has not started with the MPP alone. The NDC have had series of walkout in parliament and series of walkout on committees. Okay? But who suffers in the end? Ghana suffers. But I'm saying that, of course, in principle, if they had said that they've not prepared themselves for 3 days, it will be hypocritical for them to sit down there and say they are vetted. Vet and say what? They should go and say that, say, Mr. Chairman, bye-bye. Is that what you want to do? Like what we see the majority doing? Mr. Nominee, how are you? Mr. Chairman, bye-bye. Take care of yourself. Is that the kind of vetting you want us to do? Is that the kind of vetting you want Ghanaians to do in this country? Somebody who can say, I know you, you are a very good man. Thank you, I don't have a question, go. Is that the kind of vetting you want us to do in this country? So they were right to say that if we have not prepared, we don't have what it takes, we are not going to continue with the business. With a greater reverence to the people that they have nominated. They were not had nothing against them. But we just wanted the principle to be laid down. Want the right thing to be done. Then you come and sit down here because of cheap politics. You want to come and descend on some people? Really? We are in Ghana. Let's watch.
And just for clarity on the Men's Service Attorney General, the point needs to be made quite clearly that the voting on the question of vetting, majority voted no. They took the view that Parliament should regulate how it grants the prior approval. So Justice Akins voted yes. He said vetting is required. Justice Akwa said no. Vetting is not required. From Benjamin said no, vetting is not required. Ampia JSC said no, vetting is not required. And Kufu JSC, former Chief Justice, also voted no. So by 4-1, they voted against the mandatory vetting. But they said that what is required is prior approval, and Parliament must decide how it does that. And so that is what Parliament has decided to do in terms of the vetting. And so Parliament could, even by its own rules, decide that perhaps they'll just say yeah, and they'll move on, and that will be that.
So Parliament can just say, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nominee, bye-bye, get up and go. Really?
I mean, that's what I mean.
No wonder they are doing that.
Anyways, let me come
Mr.
to
Nominee, bye-bye, get up, and that's vetting.
Let me come to AB, and AB, first you saw the video of the minority leader, and you've heard from Kamal as well. I mean, do you at any point concede or find any legitimate basis upon which you think that those objections that were raised should be deemed valid, if I can put it that way?
Good morning to you and to the rest of you on this table.
Good morning once again.
Good morning. Parliament has its rules, so they play according to the rules. Parliament recalled members to come and indicated the business that they were coming to transact in Parliament. Consider this, if you are a company law student, consider this as an emergency general meeting, which is different from an annual general meeting. I'm saying this so that those who are lawyers will understand. When you are called for an emergency general meeting, you don't conduct affairs as annual general meeting. Annual general meeting for Parliament would have been their regular sitting. But they were called and say, come and deal with these matters. What it means is that some of the rules would have been relaxed just because of this recall. So your 14 days of wanting to look at the document will be relaxed. You understand me? That is what the MPP failed to understand. And you remember the majority leader, or outgoing majority leader, indicated that they sought the wise counsel of the speaker, whether they should move a motion to waive some of the procedures. And the speaker said, no. You don't need that because the recall has indicated what you are coming to do. Now, Afenyo Markins, I don't understand whether he doesn't understand parliamentary procedures, started backing like somebody whose manhood has been accidentally cut off.
You back when your manhood is cut off?
If a dog's manhood is cut off, you go, here. You see that? So, this backing, that is akin to somebody's manhood being cut off. It's unacceptable. That is where that we are saying that, or I am saying that. Can we look at how previous minority leaders have behaved when they found themselves in this way? This whole issue of threatening parliamentary service officers, where is that coming from? Now, you come with an objection, and you are a lawyer, he is a lawyer, we are all trained lawyers. He said that his law was good. If you come with an objection, there and then it must be ruled upon. They rule upon it. Then you now try to do legal gymnastics and sophistry to say that you are sitting here. So now that you are sitting here, it supersedes your objection. So they should now consider you are sitting here as being a motion. How? You heard those arguments. Mr. Speaker, I'm sitting here. But you came by an objection. It must be ruled upon. Or it must be ruled on. They have ruled on it. Then you now come and say that the chairman misconstrued that to mean an objection. But now, the chairman should repackage what you brought us as a objection to now be a motion so that they can argue. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. And I thought that the minority and the MPP should have been looking at how, at each step, Afenyo Markin is failing them. It's failing them. Why? There's nowhere in the Constitution that says that there must be vetting. And you have articulated that point in succinctly. It is Parliament itself that has adopted vetting as prior approval. Indeed, Parliament can decide that it will just look at the CVs of the nominees. Just look at the CVs. And then ensure that the constitutional provision that says that you must be a Ghanaian and all those provisions are intact. Then you say, go. Parliament can adopt that. And there are people who think that the vetting is becoming chaotic and does not serve its purpose. You know, when you look at the architecture of the Constitution, and when I used to teach, I tell my students that when you look at the provisions of the Constitution, there are sections of provisions that shows checks and balances in the Constitution. So when you look at it, Article 78 talks about President appointing with prior approval of the Parliament. It means Parliament must check the President's appointees or the President's power to appoint. Are they doing it well? I think that's where your question comes. First and foremost, the whole idea to use vetting as prior approval looks good because it allows the citizenry to contribute by way of memoranda. Oh, that's it. The input of the citizens is good. But what it has now become, the platform has now become a political theater where political parties being represented in the parliament try to do politics with a nomination. So we don't get the best out of the vetting. Let me give you yesterday, Zenator, for instance. What's the name? In Sawan MP? Arnaud Dompre's line of questioning of matters relating to the environment and the various COPs, 90 COP, what those COPs, for me, was good. And Zenator came up very well. To a point that another employer even had to praise Zenator for her knowledge in that area. But to be honest, things like your father will now rest, your mother will now rest, are not for me anything that the vetting will do. That's my honest view of the matter. Or I have worked with you in this committee for a long time, and I know you can do it. Those matters are not for me vetting matters. After the program, you can meet her outside. Oh, yeah, I know you can do it. And those are the. But in the full glare of the cameras, ask very insightful questions. Ask questions that can bring out the nominees best, so that we know that if she's gone there, she will do the best for the people of this country. So, do we need another way of prior approval? I'll leave it to the people of Ghana. Because currently, what we are doing is not achieving the purpose for which the prior approval was meant to do. Now, Kamaldeen talks about it's not true that the MPP brought us to democracy. It's not true. That matter is not true.
Why? Tell me.
Democracy was brought back by the PNDC led by former President Rawlings. You remember Justice D.F. Annan? I don't know how old you were by that time, but it's okay. When he led a team to tour the whole of this country to find out whether we are ready to go back into democracy. Was Justice D.F. Annan an MPP man? So when you come here and you sit down to throw dust in the eyes of people and try to demonize my founder, little did you know that the peace you are enjoying today is as a result of the founder, my founder. So those matters must be put straight and corrected before my last submission, which is that it is important that the minority understand one thing. And I'll give examples of the MPP and Akufo-Addo, and I'll give an example today. Afenyo-Markin should go and read the doctrine of political settlement in development. Political settlement talks about who has the power. Who is the one who has the power. And it is argued that for the time being, the one who has the power determines the policies, determines the laws, determines the way the country should go. The one who has the power for the time being. In some countries, it could be long, as in Iran. In some countries, it is rotational. So when you had the power and Ghanaians said they don't want e-living, it came to pass. Ever since I learned that theory, I didn't get angry again. Ever I learned that theory, I don't get angry again. Because the one who has the power has his own mindset of, if I come, how I want this country to be ruled. Today, the one who has the power,
Who are listening to his argument?
the one who has the power, he doesn't understand theories. When you go into critical thinking and analysis, these MPP guys, they don't understand. Today, who has the power is the NDC. Recently, the MPP kicked against tribunal. Hasn't it come to pass? you understand the political settlement theory that I want today, this morning, to lecture Kamaldeen, which he doesn't understand.
Lecture yourself.
So for the time being, in democracy such as this, the one who has the power determines the way the country goes. And that is what I want to leave with them.
Just one question, then I come to Ebo. Whether the business that the House considered was indeed urgent. And I ask so because the first one is, they said they were supposed to do the banks and specialized deposit-taking institutions bill. It was not considered at all. It was not done at all. The other one was the vetting of the 2 ministerial nominees. I mean, if you pick something, a position like environment, it had been vacant for 1 year.
What environment?
Environment minister. We didn't have an environment minister for a year. For a year. I mean, then the approval of the Supreme Court nominees. I mean, the last time I checked, the likely exit is in December, the Chief Justice. Basically, no one is exiting immediately such that there ought to be a replacement. And so it comes back to the question of, was this actually urgent parliamentary business? And if you look at the website of the Judicial Service, at least we have about 20 judges currently over there at the Supreme Court. And so was this indeed urgent business?
You seem not to understand my political
You're still staying with the theory. If you're staying with the theory, then I get
the political settlement theory says that
if you are staying with the theory,
the one who has the power for the time being determines these matters.
Okay, so he has determined them.
But another theory, which will come, and I'll just mention it, but next week I'll continue lecturing them, is the shared cognitive belief of the people.
Okay.
Shared cognitive belief of the people. That's where your question is going. But I won't answer that now.
Okay,
I'll put them in limbo.
So the judges are actually 18. Currently, we have 18 Supreme Court judges, including the Chief Justice, His Lordship, Justice Paul Bafo Bonny as well. Let me come to Ebo now. And Ebo, you have previously been quite critical of the minority leader. But I mean, the last question, maybe, I don't know where you want to start, but I would prefer to ask from the last question. I mean, this, unless you're also settling for the political settlement theory, I mean, this obviously cannot be deemed urgent business by any stretch of imagination whatsoever. I mean, we have 18 justices at the Supreme Court. The one who is going to exit will exit in December. We don't need to urgently take 3 judges there. I mean, we were 1 year without ministers for defense, environment. Why do we have to, on a break, ask them to come back to get them through? We said we want to pass a bill to regulate banks. We didn't even consider it at all. I mean, it's not urgent. I mean, they could be given some good time to research properly if they want to and do the vetting.
You see, let me tell you this, that you see, this vetting has the vetting process you've been having has become a stage for people to sometimes show off their grammar and also to show off even their arrogance. And I don't think over the years we have really used this process to really get to, if you like, examine people properly. I mean, if indeed this vetting process is anything to go by, if indeed you were serious with this vetting process, there's no way someone like Kenneth Ruata should have been vetted or should have been successful with this vetting, given, as last time I mentioned, given his Abotan investment case. I mean, go and read the report. There's no way it should have been given that green light to go. I mean, someone like Howard Komsin shouldn't have even passed the vetting. But interestingly, when they voted, she had even more votes than those who did so well at the vetting. So what I'm saying is that it has become a political stage for some of the political parties where they would want to make political capital out of it. But you see, what happened yesterday was an ugly spectacle. It wasn't the first time, but yesterday was taken to another crescendo. It was so bad to watch, and I felt so bad for the nominees, especially the ones sitting down. It was so bad for the nominee, and I think we need to do something about this process. You see, I don't think a judge who is moving from appeal court to Supreme Court should be handled this way. If a Supreme Court nominee is with a bar and is going straight to the bench at the apex level, then probably the person can be taken through this process. But if you have a situation, somebody has been appeals court judge for 15 years, for 10 years, and if the person is being promoted, you are not going to know who the person is. Though the person should come and say there are some of the questions they ask, some of the things they say. I mean, very unnecessary, very unnecessary. So I think we have not done much with this process. I would appeal to the Parliament, if possible, possibly they can amend this process so that we can get something better out of it.
And
tell me.
I asked this question reluctantly. I mean, has it gotten worse under the current chairman? And I'm asking very reluctantly. I'm asking because if you pick the previous Parliament, Joe Wusu being a chairperson, when they had Muntaka and Haruna on his side. I remember when they vetted Boakye Jaku. I mean, those were the times that we all looked forward to the minority stand on the vetting. I mean, even when the Parliament was, the numbers were not still that wide. It was still an engaging procedure. It does appear it's what is happening recently. Do you see the difference? If you compare that Parliament, that appointment committee, Joe Wusu, Muntaka Mubarak, Haruna Idrisu, then as the minority leader, the vetting they used to do, the ones that stick out for me is the vetting of Boakye Jaku. I remember that of even Godfrey Dame at the time, compared to what is taking place recently. Is that not more of maybe how it's been constituted now, perhaps?
No, you see, the problem has to do with the leadership of MPP in Parliament. Let's call spade a spade. I mean, look at how.
I don't understand your question at all.
No, please allow him. Please allow him.
Are you the one? You better keep quiet. You better keep quiet. You don't tell me what to say.
You said to say what you want to say. Kept quiet. You were talking. Please go ahead.
You see, the point I'm making is that, I mean, just look at the records. When we started the vetting of nominees previously, look at what happened in Parliament. And look at what happened yesterday. And ask yourself, couldn't they have used a better approach to resolve this issue? Even if, indeed, the NDC wanted to push through this vetting process. I mean, couldn't they have used something? Couldn't Afenyomakin have taken? Couldn't he have taken a position that was somehow better than what he did yesterday? You see, let's the truth be told. Afenyo, in recent times, has taken what appears to be an antagonistic stance against the judiciary. So yesterday, I was expecting something like that because of the stance he has taken recently against the judiciary, the way he's been attacking judges, attacking the Chief Justice and all that. I knew it was going to get to that point because once we were done with the ministers and we got to the judiciary, I knew Afenyo was going to explode. And I was not surprised he exploded. Because, you see, I think he should have been made to even recuse himself from the committee, given the fact that he has openly been antagonistic towards the judiciary. And once that was not done, I was not expecting anything different from what happened yesterday. It was a very bad thing. I think our Parliament should do better. That's what I'm saying. That they should have a look at the process and see what can be done to resolve the issue. But you see, hypocrisy is what I hate. One of the things I hate in life is hypocrisy. He says MPP is doyen of democracy. Doyen of democracy? What happened? I'm giving you an example. You know my stance on this issue. When you thought you needed to urgently pass e-levy, what did you do? You smuggled an impersonator into Parliament. a cardinal sin that you committed against this nation.
You know that for a fact you are quiet about it?
You see, so if you are talking about principle, no, if you are talking about issue of principle, I'm saying that if
this is a big platform, let's get serious.
I mean, calm down. This issue.
No, you desecrated our constitution. You desecrated our parliament by criminally sending an imposter, an impersonator into our parliament. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I said allow him to speak.
And what are you talking about?
Hold on, please hold on.
Talk about the of democracy.
Please hold on. Ebo, go ahead.
So the point I'm making is that we have a lot to do with our parliament. I think we need to work on our parliament to perfect it, or to get to a near perfection level. But what happened yesterday, I think, is something that need to be condemned by every Ghanaian. We don't need such behavior in parliament. Our parliamentarians are role models. People look up to them as leaders, people that people want to emulate. And so therefore, if you've been given this platform, this opportunity by the nation to serve, and this is how you're going to behave or misbehave, I don't think it augurs well for our democracy. But as I said, you don't have any moral authority to be talking about issue of principle, because you criminally looted Ghanaians through that tax. That e-levy shouldn't have been a tax should be paid by Ghanaians. But because you needed a number, the numbers to pass that law, you criminally, sneaked and impersonated into our parliament. And for me, if you did that, and you are complaining that justices of Supreme Court are going to be vetted within 3 days, and you think that is a problem, and you didn't see your action as a problem, then we have a problem as a people in this country. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm surprised that as a nation, all those who perpetrated that are still walking free out there. By this time, they should have been in prison.
It's a serious matter.
It's a serious matter. I think we all know.
Okay, so this is not the first time Ebo is raising this issue, and I think the last time he raised it, I made a point, and just to make the point once again, when that incident happened, I remember the now foreign minister had raised the issue and he had asked Parliament to investigate the matter. The House never looked into the matter for some reasons very best known to the MPs. They can tell us why they never investigated the matter. The allegation that an impersonator was brought in instead of the then Dom Kwabena MP to participate in the approval process. It was never investigated by Parliament, and so we can't authoritatively speak. We cannot authoritatively
show the pictures. Show the pictures. You show the pictures. Show the pictures. Why are we doing this to ourselves as a nation?
I know what we all saw in the pictures, but
why are we doing this to ourselves?
That when the matter was raised, the allegation was raised, and Parliament was asked, Okudzeto Ablakwa at the time asked Parliament to investigate the matter. The House said they were going to look into it. They never proceeded with it. So for now, we do not know for a fact that it wasn't here. It
wasn't Adwasafo. I will say it everywhere. It wasn't Adwasafo.
That's fine.
You don't sit
Are we kids?
That's what investigations would have. So
let's leave it. What was even annoying was that when that impersonator in Parliament, when she entered, they were hugging her as if she was one of them.
It's more like,
when she entered, one person was criminally sneaked into our Parliament. They were hugging her as if she was one of them.
Let me come to Mr. Jantwa now. Let me come to Mr.
You have done all these things to us. You have done all these things to us as a nation, and we are still talking.
Maybe let me start off with the question I asked the book. About how the appointments committee is being run currently. It's being run currently. I mean, they can definitely do better. I mean, we can't. We have watched our fathers, our mothers, our uncles turn around tables in Parliament. I mean, who could have thought they would have seen that in Ghana's Parliament? It happened, and we saw what was happening yesterday, like a shouting contest in a primary school with a teacher struggling to get the attention of the students and the students refusing, and it resulted in a walkout and a one-sided parliament. That some of the questions that were being asked, people who are going to decide so many important matters for the country, and this is how we basically vetted them. I mean, what do you make of all that played out, Mr. Chancellor?
Good morning.
Good morning once again.
Good morning to my fellow panelists.
Good morning.
I need to also ask the question. When Kamal Dean says the MPP prize themselves as doyens of democracy.
And we are proudly so.
When you were talking, I was quiet.
Okay. No, I'm only reiterating.
No, when it comes to you,
So far, you've been the only one who has interfered with everyone.
Have they also cut your mouth? Why can't you be so gentle?
And AB, someone they told me my ears. I forgot to tell you. They said your examples are sometimes too graphical. What you gave us last week and this week, please calm down. It's too early in the morning.
You forgot to also hear what they did on yourself.
It's too early in the morning. Mr. Gantua, please proceed.
When Kamal Dean says the MPP stroke, not UP, but the UP tradition, which the MPP comes out from, are doyens of democracy. What does he mean?
Yes.
Wasn't it the UP tradition, in the guise of Dr. Buzia, who went to London to tell the Queen that Ghana wasn't ready for democracy? Wasn't it them? Wasn't it them? Wasn't it them who, in 1956, all the elections that came up, they opposed it, and Kwame Nkrumah allowed them to have 3 elections, and they lost?
Democracy. There are 2 ways.
Did they not? Did they not go to London to tell the Queen? So when they say they are doyens of democracy, what do they mean? You just quoted the last parliament. Who was in power? Not them. What happened? What happened? For the first time in their era, didn't soldiers come into parliament? So if they say they are doyens of democracy, is it the fighting in parliament that makes them doyens of democracy? They should go and think again. They don't understand what democracy means, and they keep saying that. They should stop it. Now, to your question. So far as I'm concerned, it's a question of disrespect and misbehavior by actors in Parliament. Give me time. What is the powers of the chairman of the vetting committee? He's very powerful. And anybody who is part of that committee should respect him. 1, he controls the meeting. He decides when vetting starts and ends. He decides who speaks and for how long. He can stop a member if they are wasting time or being insulting. He maintains order like a judge in a court. Number 2, he controls questions. He decides the order of questioning, can approve or reject a line of questioning, can ask his own questions at any time, can rule a question as out of order if it's personal or not relevant. 3, he controls information. He receives the CV, background reports, and documents of the nominee first, decides that documents are shared with other committee members and when, can call for secret in-camera vetting if the issue is sensitive. 4, power to postpone or suspend. If a nominee is not cooperating or new damaging information comes, he can suspend the vetting, can call for further background checks, and last of all, reports to Parliament. At the end, he writes and presents the committee's report. He recommends whether the nominee should be approved or rejected by the full House. His report usually decides how the full Parliament will vote. He's a powerful man on the committee. Shouldn't committee members show him respect? what we saw yesterday, was it not disrespectful from the minority leader? Was it not misbehavior on the part of the minority leader? Couldn't the minority leader have requested for a pause where he and the leader probably stand aside and discuss this thing and not show that kind of attitude to the people? Because you see, it is not Parliament that is important. It is the people who are important because it's the people who put them there. So at any given time, you show respect to the people. People outside watching and are not used to this kind of thing will ask, well, what's happening? What is happening? What is going on? Really, Akable, I'm not sure, and you'll be able to tell me, when they decided to meet, it's for 6 days, right? Parliament called for 5 days. Okay, what were the issues? Vetting. What I heard were the two, Ayarga and Zenato. When did the judges come in? Was it part of the list initially? I'm not sure if it was...
The chairman's Afenyo says they were informed 3 days, but the chairman says the request from the president for the emergency hearing included that.
Including the judges.
So I mean, they both disagree on the fact. So I don't know how we can resolve that unless maybe we see the specific request. But the chairman said that the request that came from the presidency included that as well.
Whatever the case is, you find information because you can find information easy. What I'm not sure is whether in this country, information, when they're vetting, information is shared about the nominees to every member of the committee. Because in some countries, it's done. In America, it's done. The Senate, they receive information on whoever is going to be vetted. But let me ask, can you ask the question, where's the rush? Where's the rush? For me, the rush would be with the ministers, the two ministers. Yes, it's taking time for environment to be filled. But look at the state of the environment in the country. Unfortunately, it was delayed. For what reason, I don't know why. But now, there is a Minister of Environment. But with regards to the judges, was there a rush? Especially when we have our legal vacation now. Was there a rush to vet those judges? Because those judges, so far as I'm concerned, when I heard that the judges were part of it, I asked myself, but this is no rush where the judges are concerned. They could have been vetted first day, second day of the next parliament without anything, any trouble or any problem happening. But if the chairman says it was part and parcel of what the president sent them, then it's up to Parliament to decide, right? It's not up to us to decide. Now, I'm not too sure whether this suggestion I'm going to make will pass, especially where vetting is concerned. We've seen over and over again the vetting of ministers and people for appointments and all that. Do we even come back when these people are given positions and they do things ultra-various to what they said at their vetting? Do we come back and question? Do we come back and question? So it becomes like just some kind of, a process we are doing. I feel, and this was where, probably I'll be taking on, but I feel we should have a situation, or we should have a system where the ordinary Ghanaian can see the kind of pertinent questions that need to be asked and answered by nominees. So we should have a system where we get even CSOs that specialize in particular areas. So for instance, environment. There are some good CSOs who know much about environment. If for anything at all, if it is possible, we can do what? Get them in to also be part of the vetting process, because they will ask the pertinent questions. They are in there working with the people and can ask a minister certain questions that need to be answered. Yes, you come back and tell me that you have parliamentarians in place. They represent the people, so CSOs can pass whatever concerns through the parliamentarian. However, the parliamentarian has a choice to ask the questions from CEO or not. But we need those questions to be answered, because really, when yesterday, the senator did well. Another press questions were okay. But aren't there more pertinent questions? There are more pertinent questions where environment is concerned. There are more pertinent questions where chieftaincy is concerned. There are more pertinent questions how government sees chiefs with regards to Galamsey and what their responsibility is. The members of parliament, opposition and party in power will ask questions in favor of their party, not generally in favor of country. Yes, some will ask in favor of country, but generally it's in favor of their party. Okay. And I don't know whether, because this is a national activity, whether both opposition and ruling party, before they come in parliamentarians, take the national questions and agree that these questions are national. Let's ask it together so that we can get some good response. Generally, you said vetting is not in the Constitution. Parliament has decided to what? To vet. If it is not giving us the kind of response we want, then we should stop doing it. Okay. Because it should be so positive that anybody who watches it can say, wow, I gained some information from it. Okay.
Kamal, you had some reactions?
Yes, quick one. I think that we all had a discussion, and the discussion has to do with what is on the table. Whether or not the vetting processes since the inception of this constitution has inured to the benefit of the people of Ghana. Finito. This is the question we needed to answer. Nonetheless, some of us did. Others decided to do whatever they wanted to do. But you see, I will continue to say that the MPP.
What did you say? What do you mean by others decided to do what they want to do?
You see, I will continue to say that the MPP
withdraw that statement
as the doing of democracy in this country.
How?
And I will continue to say that.
How?
Look, a plethora of events, a plethora of court cases has proven. Even the J.H. Mensah case you brought up. The MPP shaped the thinking of our appointment in this country. Watch it. Go into you are the lawyers. Go into your cases. That's why I say that we pride ourselves as the doings of democracy. We have shaped it. Anyway, but you see, when we sit here.
Did you not go to the Queen? Answer that question. Answer that question. And did you not go to the Queen?
Somebody thinks that the winner takes all theory
democracy
should be what the way forward should be. I think that over 30 years of our democracy, we should be rethinking such principle and such theory. Okay. With all respect, you can go and read all theories. You can go and read whatever theories it is, believe in it and whatever. But ask yourself, where are we heading to? We're heading towards building a system, and what system must work. And when it's worked, it's good for Akablé, it's good for Kamal Dean. It's not about somebody who belongs to a political party. But you mean to tell me that the theory is that whoever holds power should come and do what he wants to do without recourse to what the Constitution of Ghana has told you to do? I think, for me, with a great respect, fall short of pure logic.
Okay, Ebo, briefly.
Yeah, I think, Kamal, your party is becoming a noise-making neighbor. I mean, let's face it. I'm saying that you people could have done better than what you did yesterday. You see, Afenyo Makin's posture, his posturing, doesn't allow for negotiation. The way he approaches things is aggressive, and as I said, because of the removal of the former Chief Justice, he's allowed himself to be overtaken by bitterness and pain. So when he's speaking, you can even touch his forehead. You can touch those two things, bitterness and pain on his forehead. So look at the way he reacts in respect of issues relating to the judiciary. He goes all out, attacking, insulting Chief Justice, insulting judges openly. And so, as I see, when that issue came up, I was not surprised yesterday because, I mean, he really went in for the.
Mr. Answer briefly.
I don't know why Kameruddin thinks that they are the only ones in Ghana who are keen to democracy. When the last government, they didn't show that they were doyens of democracy from some of the actions that they took. So it doesn't show.
Okay.
Did they, and I want him to answer the question, did they go to the Queen to tell her Ghana wasn't ready for democracy? He should answer.
Okay. AB, I'll give you the final word.
Because my analysis was so high for his comprehension, he sought to run it down. But it is important just to summarize and say that we won't co-rule this country with them. So no matter what they do, we won't co-rule this country with them. The next point is that when you say you believe in something, you don't do anything that derogates from it. So for instance, if I say that I am out against malaria, wherever I see mosquitoes, I have to kill them. I don't kill them only in my room, but when I come to your room, I leave them. So I don't do things that would derogate from my belief. You are a doyen of democracy. And you send soldiers to Parliament. That derogates. You are a doyen of democracy. You didn't allow which people, those people, Oti, Sal, to vote. It derogates.
Okay.
So if you are projecting your democratic credentials, we too will point out to you the things that you do that derogates from your belief. But after I think it's okay for him for now this morning.
Okay. When he said, for instance, I panicked for a second. I was like, which example is he coming to use once again? But thank God you were kinder to all of us and our viewers as well. That's Abraham Maleba, Director General National Road Safety Authority.
Is that all?
Yes. We have a lot packed on the show this morning, so we are ending a bit earlier than usual this morning. So AB joined us this morning. Kwame Jan twice with the Convention Post Party also joined us this morning.
Because
Bachman is with you. Also joined us this morning. Kamal Din Abdullah also joined us this morning as well. Thank you all for joining us this morning.
Against Parliament.
We'll take a quick break. We'll take a quick break.
That cardinal sin you committed against this
we don't pay for this program, they are taking us off.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. But there's a lot we have for you. We still have the big interview with Kiddy. We have him. He'll be joining us shortly. We also cross over to the GMB ladies who are also doing the cooking as well. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This is the old way. Let me show you a new and a better way. EduPack.
EduPack?
Yes, EduPack. A GS-approved and supported initiative for all first-year students going to SHS by Prospectus Ghana Limited. Now you don't need to go to the market. All your trunks, mattresses, pillows, including plastic chalkboards, are all waiting for your child at the school. Note, all our wooden chalkboards are being changed to plastic ones to avoid bed bugs. Just register, and on your opening day, carry your small belongings, provisions, into a small bag and go to your school.
You can also register by dialing *713*821# following the prompts, or you can visit www.edupackgh.com and tap register. You can also register at any ADB branch near you at a very affordable price. EduPack, approved and supported by GES.
finish.
on, we went round to check what we'll be cooking in all the 4 different kitchens that we have today. All the performances have been shifted from the main stage into the kitchen this morning. And Team Pomo, which is the Northern Belt, is cooking Tuzafi and Ayoyo this morning. Middle Belt team, Gino Pepper and Onion, rice and Zongo stew, papebi. And then Team Gino, Fufu, any aponchin krakra, which is the Southwest Belt. And then the Southeast Belt, Gino Jollof. And I'm a boy. All right. I haven't tasted yet. I can only smell the beautiful aroma from the kitchen. But our judges have joined us this morning, and they are going to be doing the tasting to actually ascertain which team carries the day. And Chef Mamle is here with us. Ladies, please give it up for Chef Mamle. She's a chef and she's a caterer and also an advocate for indigenous Ghanaian food. One more time, please give it up for Chef Mamle. Chef Mamle, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Also, one more time, let's do it for Chef Gigi. Chef Gigi currently is the West African Jollof Queen. West African Jollof Queen, yes. The West African Jollof battle took place and she emerged the winner. So you girls are in trouble today. Chef Mamle and Chef Gigi. Well, I was in studio prepping for that big interview that we have this morning also with Kitty. Ladies, Kitty is going to taste your food. Kitty has released his 3rd studio album after 10 years of being in the industry, and he's about... Which station should he come to? Okay, we'll decide when Kitty comes. But Chef Mamle and Chef Gigi, you have been here. What have you seen? What do you make of what you've seen so far?
Thank you very much. I think we've seen a lot today.
a lot of drama.
Yes. So last week they did I think something about traditional delicacies, and they presented themselves so well.
Okay.
So congratulations to you all on that. Yes. I played a role on that by guiding them with, some key factors they should highlight during their presentation. And I'm looking forward to they using that practical, steps to make these dishes. So this morning, we are expecting the ladies to, come out with not just the taste. Of course, we are looking at the taste, but there are some few things that we are also taking, like the teamwork, because different regions are making one dish. So we are looking at the teamwork, the presentation, your hygiene, and of course, your taste. So the northerners, we want to see the aroma from the north. Those making the Ghana jollof, we want to have a taste of Ghana in your jollof. And the fufu, and then the what?
A punching cracker.
Okay, and then of course the zongo rice. So yeah, that's what we are looking forward to.
Okay, Chef Gigi, congratulations one more time for emerging a Jollof Queen at the West African Jollof Battle. I see there's so many medals around your neck. My girls are in trouble today, right? Are they in trouble? Tell me.
Oh no, not at all.
All right, but what have you been looking out for?
Okay, so when we started working I realized they were so confident and so comfortable with what they were doing.
Okay.
So for me, I just can't wait to taste the food.
Okay.
Because the smell and the aroma coming from their stations are just overwhelmed. So I'm just waiting to taste the food.
Okay. I can smell the aroma too. Let me go to the northern platter. I call it the northern platter. Ladies, let me sandwich me. Let me come in the middle. Let's see. Open it. Ooh. So this is the sauce or the stew for the tozafi.
Yes, please.
But where's the tozafi?
It's here.
Okay, so it's all done and ready. Okay, and then this is the ayoyo. What goes into making the usual ayoyo, and what special thing have you put in there today to make it different?
Okay, so what special thing we put in here was our local dawa dawa. Yes, and that is an essential part of our local delicacies, and we make sure that when you taste it, you taste the northern food. Yeah.
Chef Mamle is a lover of indigenous food, and I'm told that tozafi, as we all know it, is very nutritional. Can you tell me any of the nutritional benefits for tozafi, especially the ayoyo? Who wants to go? You want to go? Should I come back to you?
So the dawa we put in here, it gives calcium. Yes, and you know how calcium is very good for every human body. And with the tuozafi, we use the flour, and the flour is made of millets, maize flour. But we can use millet flour. Yes. But what we use here is the maize flour, and it's also used for energy. And our stew here, we have proteins in it. So we brought a lot of
I smell the nothing spices though. I do. Anyway, the judges will determine if you ladies carry the day or not. I see some carrots now going into now carrot was zongo stew mo minty bido. Ladies, well, it smells. This is Gen Z zongo stew. Wow. So what's the winning factor here today? Who wants to go? Member on chain. Nana could do member on chain. Keep her. Okay.
Okay, so Team Zongo stew and rice. We came with fire.
But there's already fire here. You brought more fire. Fire for fire.
Fire. Yes. So we said earlier on that we're going to give you a showdown. And I'm sure you'll get it when you taste our rice and zongo stew.
Sawara. All right, ladies, and this should be Team Gino, right? Fufu any aponchen krakra. I mean papa pebi in soso. Okay, let me correct myself. Fufu ni aponchen krakra papebi. Chef Mamle, Clark is Okay, let's do it properly. So, Team Gino, Fufu,
Aponche, crack, papebi, Clark it.
I will crack it for you. All right, tell us. We've tasted, when it comes to Ghanaian food, Fufu ni aponche kakra this weekend, ebesu in almost every home. How different is this going to taste today? Who's going? You want to speak to me?
I can. So this aponchin kakra soup is not the usual one, right? We have given it some unique ingredients that's given us that local and continental taste. And that is going to be our carrots and green pepper. Wow. And aside of giving it the continental taste and the local as well, it also boosts the nutrition and everything inside. So you just don't add the pepper and then the onions, but you also get vitamin A's and other things, added to it.
Fufu any aponchin kakra papebi. Clark it ewo hon. Esaya local and continental. Today is today. Today is today. My people, are we winning this morning?
So we are winning.
Open the jollof. Let me see the color. Okay, not bad at all. But the taste, are you very sure of the taste?
100%.
Listen, we have the Jollof Queen here. She's just coming from that championship, the whole of West Africa. Are you very sure?
We are very positive.
Okay, let me taste. Where's the? Mon plate ticket to me check it. Me check it one or two. Chef Gigi and Chef Mamle, do I have your permission for all kitchen stations to start plating? Can they plate for tasting? Okay, all 4 kitchen stations, please plate so the judges can come round and do the tasting. Make sure it's 2 of them. It's 2 judges, so please be very wise in your plating so it will be very easy for them to do the tasting. But Chef Gigi and Chef Mamle, who do you think is winning the best team? Best team coordination, who do you think it will go to? Best team coordination.
So far, I think they all did well with the team, but I would say
let's hold on to it. Let's hold on to it. Don't release the filler just yet. Or Chef Gigi, you have an idea what the best team would be?
I think they all worked well together.
Okay.
Because I could see this one come in when the person was struggling, like when the other person was struggling. Yeah, so they all did well. They
Fantastic.
all worked together.
Okay, not a problem at all. You have their permission to do the plating. So whilst you do the plating, we'll go back in studio for some sports. And right after sports, we have that huge interview this morning. Sugar Daddy is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back.
We are winning together. Nobody losing, we are winning. You are beautiful. Ghana most beautiful. resilient woman. She's so resourceful. Her words are full of wisdom and captivating.
And this is still TV3 Newday. It's time for sports. The Oreku Ampofo is here. Oreku, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. It looks like you're already excited about one of the things you're going to talk about, which is the Asante Kotoko Hearts of Oak game.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier that I wish Now was here.
She would have gone all in for Hearts of Oak.
Exactly.
So the Democracy Cup is being played later today at the Babara Sports Stadium in Kumasi. It's Asante Kotoko versus Hearts. And we know that it's been a tradition for the past few years where we sort of see two clubs. It's more or less like a curtain raiser in a sense before the season. They play for the Democracy Cup trophy just to once again highlight the democracy that we have in Ghana. Usually sometimes the presidents go there, or if he cannot, he sends a delegation or the sports ministry. And we saw the kickoff from Honorable Kofi Adams, who is the Minister for Sports and Recreation, in the shot earlier there. Last season, Hearts of Oak won the trophy, beaten Accra Great Olympics by 1-0. They'll be looking to do the same against Kotoko this time around. It will be played this afternoon at the Babara Sports Stadium. It won't be easy because Kotoko will be home.
I'm telling you, Accra Hearts of Oak and Kotoko game, always very heated.
Yeah, and I think that there's extra elements that make it more interesting because both of these clubs have had a very busy transfer window, signed a number of players, and then also the coaching factor, Eric Tinkler coming in for Asante Kotoko, and then Naboja Kapo also coming in for Hearts of Oak. And so both sets of coaches would love to sort of use this as a test as the season approaches in just about a week's time. And I think it's the best opportunity to really assess the preparation level of the team.
Indeed. Let's watch one of the coaches speaking to us earlier.
So far, I think I've been quite happy with what I've seen in terms of our preparation. The players obviously getting to know me better and my expectations, and obviously me getting to know the players a lot better, both in terms of their work ethic, their character, their personality, and obviously what they're capable of doing on the field of play. Not a lot of new faces also coming into the squad, so very important for them to learn that what my expectations are, certain fundamentals of the game, and obviously the things that I call the non-negotiables. And the players have responded extremely well. So we're obviously looking to get to the game on the 28th in the Democracy Cup against Heart of Oaks and put on a good performance, especially at home, especially in front of our own fans. You know, I've been involved in a number of derbies back in South Africa. So looking forward to this because I believe it's a big derby here in Ghana and we expect a big crowd. And obviously I want to please the Asante Kotoko fans, obviously with the win. I thrive on that pressure, to be honest. Like I said, I've been involved in big derbies, Orlando Pirates against Kaizer Chiefs.
Like what he just said, though, he thrives on pressure. That's what he said. Okay.
You know, like when you're a coach of either Hearts or Kotoko, it's such a high pressure.
It's a lot of pressure.
the amount of emotion that comes in from the fans.
Yes,
and
yes.
You know, it's just what history has seen, to the extent that when the fans are not happy, they can even rush the training ground and sack you.
But anyway, Kotoko has granted us an exclusive interview.
Yes, and so he's been speaking about the coaching situation. It's one of the questions that has been on the minds of a lot of Ghanaians, asking who's going to be the next coach of Ghana. However, Ket says that it's actually 99.9% done, and before Ghana faces Cote d'Ivoire next month, everyone will know who the coach is.
We are heading to Buake. I say we because I kind of associate with the Black Stars a bit. There's a big game in Buake. Given that Ghana did not qualify for the last Nations Cup, how important is this is this game against a two-time African champion?
Let me be honest and say that it is a very challenging game. Cote d'Ivoire have done well in the last few years. Indeed, they were one of those few countries that benefited from some of the mistakes that we made to become African champions. When they hosted the AFCON in Cote d'Ivoire, I remember on match day 3, Ghana was playing in Mozambique. 89 minutes, Ghana was leading 2-0, and Ghana was on our way to making it out of the group to the knockout stage. Then, after 4 more minutes, the scoreline was 2-2. And Cote d'Ivoire, who were on their way home, found themselves back in the competition, and they went all the way to become African champions. So they are a very good team. I think that it will be a very interesting game. What I also know is that Ghana showed a lot of organization at the last World Cup. We showed that we are improving.
With Michael Otieje, GM for Sports, but
Yeah.
I thought we said we had extended the contract of Carlos Queiroz.
Yeah, so it was all rumors.
Okay.
Technically, it's not been confirmed. But what we do know is that the FA were happy with his job and were willing to extend. But you know, there's due process in Ghana. Once the FA do submit their level of approval to the next stage, that is to the ministry, who are actually going to pay him. And so they usually do the negotiations and all of that. So that's where it is at the moment. Still trying to finalize the negotiations, but I'm confident it's going to be Carlos Queiroz. I don't think they're going to go through the whole process
In less
of
than 4 weeks, you're going to find out that.
Yeah, I think it will be announced soon.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. UCL draw?
Yes, and in Europe there's the Champions League draw, the league phase. With the format, you have to play 8 games in the league phase, and that draw was conducted on Thursday in Monaco. Some really interesting fixtures to look forward to. Arsenal would be at home to Real Madrid, being coached by Jose Mourinho, coming back to England. It would be an emotional one for him as well. He used to always have a very hot rivalry with Arsenal at the Emirates when he was Chelsea coach. And so that's the fixtures for Arsenal.
Yeah.
Real Madrid, as I mentioned, there's Bayern, and then they go back to Germany for Dortmund. And then there's Real Betis, Lyon, Napoli, Sabah, who are playing the Champions League for the first time, and then Slavia Prague. For Barcelona, they face Manchester City. Rodri will be facing his former club. And then they face reigning champions Paris Saint-Germain. There's Aston Villa and the likes of Galatasaray in the mix as well.
I would have worn my red if I knew you were going to talk about Arsenal. But thank you very much, the Oracle, for bringing us the latest in sports. And yes, we're still waiting. All of us are waiting for that kiddie conversation and some new songs to thrill our day with. So just stay with us. When we come back, we'll bring you some more plus that.
As we mentioned early on this morning as we opened the show, is finally here, and I'm all smiles because, of course, the golden boy, the sugar daddy, is here with us this morning. Now, 10 years ago, a young man walked into MTN Hitmaker with talent, ambition, and absolutely no idea just how dramatically his life was about to change. Then came the hits, Odo, Adiepena, Say Cheese, Touch It, the awards, the screaming fans, the golden boy. But somewhere between becoming one of Ghana's biggest music stars and becoming the man he is today, Dennis Dramina has lived through things the music industry doesn't always tell us. Success, pressure, fatherhood, expectations, reinvention, and now finally independence. Today, 10 years into the journey, Kiddy releases his third studio album and is asking perhaps the most important question of his career. Where do we go from here? Nana Dramina, I'm asking all the questions this morning. Oh, I got you emotional.
That intro was very serious. Listening to that, sometimes hearing other people tell it, it's been summarized very well, and I appreciate that intro.
Thank you. I wrote this last night.
Serious.
It's
poetic.
As I journeyed through your journey, and I think I couldn't have written it any better way than I have. It means a lot to me that you appreciate it.
Thank you.
I said it this morning. I didn't even want to be the one to do this interview because I said it, my colleagues were here. Because you're one artist who can do no wrong in my eyes. I've said it too many times, and you know. But let's get into the conversation proper.
Okay.
Kiddy, so 10 days ago was your birthday. And 10 years ago was when you came into the music scene. And 10 years later, your third album is here. It's a significant 10 everywhere in your life. Yes, Ben 10. Are you happy?
I'm excited. Listen, every time people ask me this question, if you asked me this question probably 2, 3, 4 years ago, the answer would have been different. But if you ask me now, in all honesty and all sincerity, I feel the best I've ever felt. Like, I'm in a good headspace, I'm in a good place, family, friendship, everything has aligned. And that's how come I've birthed this album. Where do we go from here, so. Yeah.
Okay. Recently, I was listening to you where you told Ghana and the rest of the world that when you started music, somebody did tell you that the kind of music you were making wasn't award-worthy. Remember that night at the TGMAs when you kept saying, we'll be back, we'll be back, we'll be back.
I can't believe how long that line has lived.
Right, we'll be back, That day when you were finally declared Artist of the Year, did you feel like finding that person to tell the person, I told you so?
Actually, one thing about me is no. Because in the moment it was said, I felt what I felt. I felt bad, I felt sad. But the next day, I dust off my shoulder and keep on moving, because at the end of the day, I don't want to live my life to prove a point to just one person. The life I live is to prove to myself that I can be better and I can grow and I can do worthy things, you get me? So yes, that shame me. Like when I heard that, but none. That moment when I won Artist of the Year, that person didn't even cross my mind.
Who is that person?
Oh, can't say.
You don't want to say or cannot say?
Can't and don't. Because
you know they hear.
You know they hear.
You know they hear right now.
I'm sure they didn't even say it like from a place of malice. You know, it was like an advice, like, oh no, the things you do, the R&B in it, they always say at that side. Right. So I don't think they said it from a place of malice, but I'm glad that nonetheless life has happened and time has proven, that,
Right. When we opened the show this morning, my colleague Akable mentioned one thing. He said he was in uni with you, and at the time, your mates from Accra Academy kept saying, Charlie, there's this guy, Nana Dramina. I mean, you were not kidding then. Nana Dramina. So when you got into the music industry, he now started hearing, so that was the guy you were talking about. So I'll call you Nana Dramina for this question.
Let's go.
What has fame given you that you're super grateful for? And what has it taken from you that you wish you could take back?
Oof. That's a packed question. This one is not for kids, Nana Dramina.
Yes.
Okay. What has fame given me? It's given me a fresh perspective to life. I don't feel like some of the things I've learned being who I am, doing what I do, I probably would have learnt it being an Adramna. I would have learnt other things as an Adramna, but being in the spotlight, constantly having to deal with ridicule, having to deal with troll, having to deal with celebration, the good and the bad, it's taught me a lot about perspective. And it's taught me never to take anything too seriously. And like nothing is ever personal.
Right.
That's why I even said, whoever said that thing, I don't think it's personal. I don't take anything personally. Yes, I'll feel how I feel because I'm human. I'll feel like, oh, Charlie. But I've come to understand that a lot of people are doing something to you and it's just a projection of their own insecurities and it's not about you even. And that's one of the biggest lessons I've learned.
Right.
Nothing is personal.
Right. But you are one who's been blessed by a lot of love.
Yeah.
The women love you. The men love you. The children love you. The old. Everybody loves you. But what's that one misconception about you that you really, truly want to change?
I used to want to change it, but I don't anymore.
Okay.
People used to, especially in the beginning of my career, people used to say, who know pass or he's better than everybody. He used to bash me like, oh, I'm not like that. I'm always trying to explain, I'm not like that. But I'm like, Charlie, if that's what you feel about me, that's what you feel about me. I'm not here to change your perception of me. Your perception of me is none of my business.
Right.
From a young age growing up, I've always believed I've been destined for greatness. And I've walked through life with that mindset. And if that is reflecting to you as me, that's fine. It is what it is.
It's who.
Me who, but who is it means you are seeing something.
Okay.
Okay. Me who.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so.
I love the fact that you appreciated my introduction because I want to say something from it. There was a part where I said, finally, you have your independence. Because, of course, you announced to us, was it this year or some part last year that you had left Lynx Entertainment?
It's been a year already.
It's been a year, right? Did you leave Lynx or Lynx left you?
I mean, my contract, the time was up. There was conversation of extension. In football, when your contract is up.
Where in your football, where your music.
Present the contract.
So serve us straight.
Present the contract to you of a possibility of extension. I was like, you know what? I feel like it's time. I've spent 10 years here. I've learned from a young kid when I was discovered. I've gone through the ranks. I've paid my dues. I've done everything that a young boy is supposed to do to grow. I've learned all my lessons. I feel like it's time to go outside into the world and charter my own path, build my own stuff, So I was like, you know what? I spoke to Richie. I was like, Richie, thank you for everything. I appreciate where you took me from, where you brought me. But I feel like it's time. It's time for me to go out there and, build my own, So, yeah.
Some say it was a money issue.
Some say.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it was a money issue. I mean, there was a lot of issues, a lot of good, there was a lot of bad. But at the end of the day, we're still the possibility of continuing to work together.
Okay.
I just felt like I just wanted to start my own thing,
Okay. All right. Do you still speak with him?
Oh, once a while.
You speak to Rich. Have you spoken to him this year?
Oh, of course. I've seen him like 2 or 3 times this year.
Okay.
We went to a wedding together. Okay. You see, there's nothing. There's no bad blood.
So no bad blood at all?
At all.
Okay.
There's no bad blood.
All right. And in writing your musical history, there's no way you can take out Lynx Entertainment,
ever. I don't know why when an artist leaves a label, the first point of the topic is there is bad blood, there is fight, there is money. People can literally leave on good notes. I don't know why that concept does not occur to people. Yes, there will always be issues. Nowhere is perfect, but there is a possibility that you leave and shake hands and say, listen, I'm going. But should I need your help any day, I can always come back and, ask for it.
Right. So which record label are you on now? Do you own now, controlling things for you?
So I've started my own label, Black Boy Joy, BB Joy.
Okay.
Where I'm collaborating with Encore Recordings right now for my new album as well. So yeah.
I would have thought there would have been some Golden Boy or Sugar Daddy in there.
It was so
somewhere.
predictable. I knew everybody would be expecting Golden Boy Records. I was like, no, BB Joy.
Okay.
Right, that's my mom's name. So I named my...
Which one? The Joy is your mom's
Joy.
name?
That's my mom's name.
Oh, BB Joy is your... So what's the full? Is an abbreviation?
So Joy, and Beatrice means joy. So growing up, her nickname was BB Joy. That's what her friends used to call her.
Wow! So you named it after your mom. Yeah. Good stuff. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
But how are things going on your own independently now?
It's amazing, challenging. I don't lie, it's very challenging, but it's amazing, and I'm happy to apply all the things I've learned because. Our industry, Charlie, is not, in that form, it's not easy. The lows are low and the highs are very high. You take all of them together, learn the things you're supposed to learn. And I'm applying all of them. We still go through all the challenges. I used to even go through at Lynx because our industry still has things to be fixed. But I'm super grateful for my team, the people behind me who are constantly, my soldiers who are pushing me and we're doing all the great moves together.
Yeah.
So,
I love what you just said, and that would be my next question. Have you ever left a set like this one, said all the nice things, everybody was applauding you, and you left the set and you're like, hey, if these people knew what I was going through? Has it ever happened to you?
Oh, of course. Very early on in my life. There's a lot of artists, we show up in so many ways that people will never know what is really going on in our minds. There's been sometimes I've been on set shooting, and I've had a crazy 1 hour before coming on set. But the moment the director shouts action, I need to be able to put all of that behind me and get into the mood. Because I'm not going to explain to millions of people that day I was in a bad mood or I wasn't feeling.
You cannot.
You have to possess the quality of switching on and off from different emotions. And that's actually a very challenging thing as a human being.
I can imagine.
Yeah. But as artists, we've mastered our way around it. Yeah. You would not even know if maybe this morning I had a fight with my
I would, even just seconds before you entered, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, because the moment I walk through the cameras
you guys are
switch,
actors.
yeah, you have to be able to be in the best of your moods. When you meet a fan, the fan is not going to go and say, oh, when I met Kitty for the first time, he wasn't in a good mood, so he wasn't good. The fan will have that one moment.
Explain.
Yeah, so you have to always show up your best selves. But I implore people to give us grace sometimes, because at the end of the day, we're all humans still.
Right.
So, yeah.
But sometimes they don't understand, right?
No, they don't.
Yeah, they think
people
you're
want what they want,
and
I'm
when
sure
they want
it. Picture now, so Charlie. You might see what there, but it's all good. It's all good. I understand.
Right. Yeah. Kitty, I said it again. The women love you. You write songs about
for them,
love.
And I love them too. I love them.
Oh, you love your women too?
Very, very much.
Is there a woman in your life right now?
No, but I love the women.
Have you cheated before?
Have I cheated before? Have I cheated before? I don't think I have. I don't remember that I have. I don't think I have. I'm a very, those that know.
We don't know.
You know, pa.
No, we don't know.
You know, Cookie.
So
you
you've never cheated?
No, I haven't. No.
And if you have, you don't know?
If I have, I don't remember.
Because she didn't tell you that she found out. If you have, you don't remember.
I actually haven't because, But, I implore black men, we don't cheat. Ghanaian men especially, we do not cheat. Okay. We are men of God. You get me?
This morning, we said it again that you are a very bad boy.
Am I?
Yes.
What did I do this time?
And then Joseph Akabli said, if you want to know how bad Kitty is, listen to Signature. Does anyone ever come into your mind when you're writing about all these bad boy songs?
Oh, of course. Music. A lot of our songs take inspiration from real life. Some of them are fiction. Some of them are pure fiction. I'm not going to tell you which ones are pure fiction.
Okay.
But some of them definitely do come from real life experiences. We experience people in different ways. And how I experience you is when I'm writing a song about that experience, I'll tap into that inspiration, So, a couple of songs, when I'm writing, I have an inspiration. I have a muse.
Right.
And it helps you to bring out the emotions you want to bring out.
Okay. We'll leave the relationship side for now. And I just want to get... Where's your son? What's his name again? Zayn, where's he?
He's home.
Is it deliberate that you've kept him away from the, social media scene for a bit?
If I'm with him, that's different. But I don't want him to be, if he grows up and he wants to do it on his own, that's fine. But, we live in a society where you can be doing the most innocent thing, and then when somebody decides that I don't like this and it becomes a whole thing, I try to sometimes protect him from that. I can deal with that.
Right.
He should not have to deal with that.
Okay, but that's your son, you're his daddy. That's blood, that's family.
Yes,
And what's the one thing that he knows about you that the world would never know?
So that I'll have to ask him. What does he know that the world doesn't know?
But what do you think it would be?
I don't know what it is exactly, but I think as he's growing, I think he's understanding more who his father is. As a kid, he knows, but
when he said, I want to be golden boy, I'm not sure he even knew what it was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometime we went out to the poolside on the weekend, and unfortunately, the day we went there was something happening in the place. There was so many people that I did not know. So we had to go and try and hide in some corner. And when the people finished what they were doing, they were filing out to go home. They saw me. So pictures. They all started taking pictures. And he was there. And I was like, guys, I'm sorry, I'm with my son, so I want to actually go. And he said, oh no, we want to take our picture.
Right.
And he was like, Daddy, why are they all trying to take a picture with you? Like, I'm trying to spend time with you.
He know who you are.
And I'm like, you know, it's the job is the job. But, you know, sometimes I understand. And I try to also let people know. When we're in public, people want to take pictures. When I'm with him, I'm like, oh, Charlie, I'll take a picture with you any day.
Right.
But now I have to, you know,
If he got to the age that you started music and he wanted to chart the same path, would you say yes?
I'll support.
Have you seen traits?
He's very artsy. He actually likes more art. He likes to paint, likes to draw. And, you know, they say Gen Z and millennial parents are different from how our parents used to be.
Okay.
You know, when we're growing up, you cannot tell your father or your mother that you want to be a photographer.
Okay.
School fees. Some jobs were not prestigious. Our parents always wanted us to be doctors and lawyers, but now there's so many photographers doing amazing work. You know, the minds of the new parents have opened, and I stand on that and I say, whatever he wants to do in life, I give him the chance to explore, do a lot of things, and find the one thing that he's passionate about.
Right.
And I'm always going to support, always.
We don't see much, but the little that we've seen, I think that you've been a great dad.
I try.
And we are waiting. When is number 2, 3, 4 coming?
Hey, Cookie.
Oh,
let's take our time. Let's breathe and relax. They will come because I actually want 3
So
kids.
you have more kids? Oh, you want 3 kids?
Yeah, I want 3 kids. So 2 more will come, but not now.
So they want to mention Yankopon the onye.
But my guardian is on train.
Okay. You can't tell him what to do, but you can tell him to wait.
Yeah, so God, it's a blessing, but sometimes you can tell God the blessing. Put it in the fridge. When it's time, you know, I'll collect.
All right. Let's get to the album.
Okay.
Where do we go from here? And I remember when I was having the discussion yesterday, someone said to ask you, are you asking where do we go from here because you're confused? Or you think that now you're bigger than Africa, you're bigger than Ghana, and you're thinking global?
I'm thinking everywhere because I feel like this was one of the questions, or this is one of the questions that no matter who you are, no matter what you do, you've probably asked yourself at one point in your time, or you will ask if you haven't. When you finish JSS, they'll ask you what next. When you finish SS, they'll ask you what next. When you finish uni, what next? At every point in your life when you achieve a milestone, that question keeps ringing. What happens from here? Where do we go from here? What happens next? And I feel like that's a very important question that we keep asking ourselves, especially like you said, 10 years now. I've done it all, I've seen it all here. Now, where does Kiddy go? And this is a question I asked myself in the beginning of making the album. And I realized that I found the answers in making the album. There's no point in my life where I'm going to ever get to a place and say, I have arrived, or I've done it all, or if I reach here, I'll be happy, or if I get a Grammy, I'll be happy, or if I get a this, I'll be happy. It will never happen.
Right.
No matter what I achieve, no matter what I get, I'm always asking what next. I want more, I want more. And this album helped me to answer that question that truly, truly, the destination is always in a journey. The journey is where you live the life. The journey is where the ups happen, the downs happen, the stories is in a journey because there's actually no destination. You will never reach anywhere and say, yes, it's enough. You won't.
Right.
Rich men still want more money. Footballers still want more awards. Musicians still want more awards and more hits. So it will never end. But I'm learning to be content with what I have still, while still being ambitious and, you know, chasing my dreams. Yeah.
Okay. 40 songs in the beginning or initially.
Initially.
And then you deleted a lot of them and you ended up with 15.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I cannot give you 40 songs.
Why not?
You know, the times have changed.
Okay.
40 songs means a lot of them will go unattended, so a lot of them will not get the attention.
Okay.
Instead of maybe splitting them into different albums.
Right.
If I give you 15, that's a lot, but small enough for you to focus. You know, this time, attention span of the public has gone really because of, you know, the internet and stuff. So this is me trying to control how much I give you and how much you consume. So yeah, 15 solid, well-written, well-produced, well-sung songs that have different feels to them.
Which one is your favorite?
Okay, that's hard. Okay, they're all my babies. They're all my babies. Even the ones that didn't make it, they're all my babies. From track 1 to 15, I love them all.
If there was one particular one
that echoes or re-echoes what you've always been afraid to tell us, your fans? Which one would it be?
There's the outro on the album is called Dreams. And Dreams, the first line of Dreams says, I think that I'm not doing enough. And I think there's so much more that I could do. And emotionally, I'm drained, physically, I'm weak. And these are things that I think about. You know, I'm always fighting demons, but I'm learning to make friends with my demons so that they don't haunt me. You know, so that's one thing that I usually will not speak about publicly, but I put in the song because that was a true feeling, you know.
Okay. There's another song called Lonely.
Lonely, yeah.
And I'm asking, how is a beautiful young man like you, loved by many, adored by the women, lonely?
They said it's lonely at the top, you know, but that's even not that kind of lonely.
Okay.
When you have a goal and you have a dream and you are chasing something, it does get lonely because when you're chasing a dream, it means you cannot be distracted by what the masses want to distract you with. You want to go here, travel, do this, enjoy life. You know, it's nice. I want all of that. But when you are chasing something, it means you have to sometimes move away from all of that and be laser focused. And that does get lonely sometimes,
Right.
you know. Yeah.
There's also headache.
Yeah.
What's causing your biggest headache now?
Okay, I want more money. That's what's causing me a headache now. The dreams are so big, but the dreams need funding. The dreams need money to execute, and that's one of my biggest headaches. But God has been so good. I've been blessed. You know, the work is continuing to go on, and the money that we make, we keep reinvesting into making more art. So, yeah.
Okay. Someone said to ask you that who and who have you worked on this album, and who didn't you include that you wish you could have on this album?
You see, if I had my own way, right, there's so many features I would have wanted, so many. But again, back to the point of keeping it, you know, controlled to control the attention span and you guys not having just too much. I wish I had a song with Shatta on this album. I wish I had a song with Stone on this album. I wish I had a song with probably Nkwadrentry on this album. You see, the list could go on and on and on and on. But like I said, there's a deluxe coming, and there are more albums coming. So all the features guys want to hear Kiddy on, they are definitely going to happen.
Okay. But there's no female collaboration on there.
I mean, there are females on it.
Okay, but not any Ghanaian female.
There are females. Jackie is on it.
Okay.
Jackie has vocals in some of the songs. But also, like I said, in more albums, there's going to be times I'm going to feature. There's amazing females. There's Molly, there's Sina Soul, there's Jackie, there's Wendy Shea. I could name on, and Melissa. But like I said, in the right time, all these features are going to happen. You know?
Okay. Someone here says to ask you that.
Someone here mentioned
here, Akable, Joseph Akable. He says he listens to you a lot. He loves you. I mean, it's not just me and just the women who love you. Yes, Joseph Akable, Esquire, loves you very much. And he says that when he listened to Attention, it sounded much like Touch It.
Attention.
Does it sound like it?
No.
It doesn't sound like it.
I mean,
it doesn't have the reggae. Oh, is it Agreement? Joseph, I'm sure you meant Agreement.
Yeah.
It sounds like Touch It.
It does not. Touch It is dancehall. Agreement is lovers rock. You know, sometimes dancehall, reggae, all of them are in the same family, you know. So I get why he thinks that. But yeah.
Okay.
Shout out to Yaka.
He loves you. You know, sometimes you artists, right, when you want to speak to somebody or something happens and you want to say it and you can't say it to the person, you write it. Is there a particular song on this album that when someone listens, they will know that we're the Kiddy or the me asam no kano? Is there a song like that?
Unfortunately, Cookie, I've never been that artist. Like, actually, I'll say it to you. I prefer to say it in your face. I'll say it to you and then we'll deal with it. We'll talk about it there and then squash it.
Right.
Because I feel like the music, I'm not trying to throw subliminals and shots, beef, and it's not.
Right.
I don't, energy is very limited. I don't want to waste the energy on negativity.
You don't want to exhaust it on unnecessary things. Yeah, chilly.
Exactly.
Life is short.
Exactly.
Okay. Were you at the World Cup?
No, I wasn't. I actually watched from here.
Oh, Wampa.
Wampa. No, because that time we had so much album preparations to do here. Every time I was telling my team, you guys, why did you put all these things in the World Cup time where you know I love football and I would love to be there? But yeah, the work also has to go on. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
But before the World Cup, were you in Budapest when you guys were playing that finals?
No, I actually was in London. We watched the live stream at the Emirates Stadium.
Okay.
Yeah. You know I love football.
What
I
is
love
it
my
about
football.
Arsenal? Look, because from all that I do here on sports, I've been told you're breaking my heart.
If you guys know what we've dealt with from high school time, the trolling we've been through, the banter years, after 22 years, after finally winning, it's no small feat. You know, I love Arsenal so much. Every time I'm in London, I am always going to the stadium and watch football. I love it. You know, it's also a distraction.
Right.
From my normal life,
Right.
you know, going to another world and enjoying it as well. So I love it.
3 Sports says to ask you that do you think Arsenal can retain the Premier League title?
I can put my whole life on it.
Hey,
I'll
Jose.
put my everything on it. Have you seen the games? Which team is coming to play? Which team is battling us? We are taking the quadruple this season. Champions League, Premier League, Carabao, FA. If they add us onto the World Cup, we'll take it.
Okay. All right. Let's come back to the music. Let me ask you about some of your colleagues. In recent times, we've seen all of you making a lot of noise and, of course, achieving a lot on the international scene. Stonebwoy just finished his show in London. Shatta Wale was supposed to have one. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Sarkodie is going next year in March. What do you make of all of this? Does this excite you?
Too much. I'm overjoyed.
Okay.
Because mine is also coming on 24th September in London.
Oh, wow.
Alternate. And the portal has been open. You know, there's a lot of things that are not possible in people's minds until you see other people do it.
Okay.
And then it gives you the vim that it's doable, it's possible. And like I said, SAC has opened it. Before SAC, so many people have done it already, but SAC has shown us that it can be done. Shatta Wale also, which almost happened. Stonebwoy, R2B's is coming, mine is coming. So I'm always happy when my colleagues, they are in that zone of trying to take the music outside, because we want a lot of support both home and abroad. Ghanaians everywhere, show up for us when we come.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Kitty, at the end of the day, where do we go from here? The album. What do you want to achieve at the end of the day?
I want this album to leave a legacy for Kitty. Like, I want to reestablish what you've loved Kitty for, the music, the love, the sound, the visuals, all of that. I want to reestablish that. And from here, like you said, it's independence. So we're building again from there, and then we'll keep going. 10 years has passed. I'm looking forward to what the next 10 years has in store for me. It's going to be crazy, and I'm ready for the ride.
Where do we find this album, though?
It's everywhere on streaming, internet, everywhere, YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, Audiomack. Wherever you stream your music, you'll find this album,
Nana Dramina, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure to have you.
Always.
And I'll say it again, you are the one artist who can never do wrong in my eyes. I love everything about you.
Don't push me for me to shock you.
If you shock me, it's okay, because you're a human being.
Thank you.
And even your style alone can be talked about like for 3 days. I was watching a music video, the new one with you for Airponza and my brother Stonebwoy. Hey, who dress you? Where did you get that from, though?
I mean, I buy what I find nice. I remember that when we were shooting, so the theme was, they said we should all wear suits. And I was like, okay.
I'll go to leather jackets.
When I came down to the house, everybody was like, hey.
I know. When I saw the video, that's the same thing I said. I was like, wow.
I like to, try things and do things and throw things around. I just like looking good.
Your style is beautiful.
I got that from my mom and my dad, So
BB Joy.
BB Joy,
Nana Dramina, before you go, would you ever be Artist of the Year again?
Yeah, I can and I will.
When?
I don't know. God's time is the best, but I can and I will. Because, I'm not doing all of this for the awards. I love them. When they come, I'll go and say I'll be back and I'll be back and I'll be back. But when you're working hard as an artist, no matter what you do, it's very nice and amazing to get recognition. This album, this year, we already started with Babylon. Signature is out, one of the biggest songs of the year. The album just dropped. The concert is coming. I mean, we're gearing up towards a very eventful next year TGM.
Okay, so you can and you will.
Yep.
All right. What's your favorite Ghanaian food?
Oh, Banku. Fufu used to be number one.
Okay.
But now Banku has
happened?
overtaken Fufu.
What brother changed?
I have no idea where the switch happened, but Banku just gives me joy. I still like my Fufu. It's still number 2.
Okay.
But Banku and Okro, the sliminess and how it tastes on the tongue and how it goes down easy.
Right.
Yeah, shout out to my Banku lovers.
You know when you came in, you asked me, you just saw me outside with the GMB girls. What am I doing here?
I was hearing your voice and then I came in and
multitasking.
You're
and
amazing,
I already told the girls that you are coming to taste their cooking. So there's your older favorites, fufu and aponchikakra, and they said we should add papebi to it. There is also tozafi and ayoyo. Of course, there's Ghana jollof, and then there's rice and zongo stew. What did be that?
Those are the best.
And when you wash your hand, I don't know what to taste about the spices. Oh, wash your saying
zongo rice and stew is the best.
All right.
It's the best.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are switching on to the other side. Kitty is coming into the Ghana's most beautiful kitchen this morning to taste the delicious cooking by the contestants for the year 2026. But before we head there, thank you for coming.
It's always a pleasure cooking.
Always
speaking to you.
Always and always. All the best with this album.
Thank you very much.
It will do what it has to do.
Oh, yes, it will.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
We wish you the best.
Thank you.
All right. We are switching over to the DMB kitchen. Please stay with us.
Ghanaian woman. She's so elegant.
Beautiful kitchen. I love the applause. It means all of you are winning, right? Okay. Now is the moment we have all been waiting for. Is it going to be Team Tuo Zafi and Ayoyo? Is it going to be rice and zongo stew, fufu and apochin krakra, papebi, or is it going to be Ghana jollof? Okay. Here's where I call my colleagues Beatrice Edu and of course Joseph Akable to join me here. We are about to get into the tasting to determine who wins today. Please give it up for my other colleagues.
I'm sure you can guess where I'm going.
Where are you going? To the which one's your fufu? That's where you're going. But Beatrice, you also want the fufu?
Yes.
What bias is this?
Hold on. I think I would also want to taste the ayoyo because I'm not really.
Go on that side. Go on that side. Okay, so you're on the ayoyo side. You the fufu side.
I'll stay right here.
All right. And Chef Mamle is also. Ladies, please give it up for Chef Mamle is also on standby to give us her verdict, as well as Chef Gigi, the Jollof Queen. And then we also have our Ghana's Most Beautiful 2010, who is now a Paramount Queen mother of the Sing traditional area in the Upper West region. Queen Mother, it's unfortunate I can't call you Chana anymore, but of course, when she came for Ghana's Most Beautiful, her name was Chana. But now, Queen Mother of the Sing traditional area, Pongna Salma Chana. You're very welcome. And then to our special guest this morning, ladies and gentlemen, he's asking the entire world and himself, where do we go from here? Because he's 10 years old in the industry and he's released his third studio album. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Sugar Daddy, the Golden Boy, Nana Jamina, aka Kitty. Oh, we love Kitty, don't we? All right. You know, the other day, Kitty, someone said we've been doing Ghana's Most Beautiful for 20 years. Do you think that we should do Ghana's Most Handsome?
To be honest, let's focus on the women, right?
You don't want any confusion.
No. Let's
but
leave
you
it
know
for
why
the
I'm
women.
asking? Because Ghana's Most Handsome, the first edition, I was over.
Hey,
Ladies, am I lying?
yes.
All right, Kitty.
Thank you.
So early on in the studio, we're talking about your album and all of that. We also talked about your favorite food, which used to be fufu and aponche cracker. But then, for some reason, it has changed to banku and okro.
Yes.
What is it about banku and okro that you love?
If I could answer this, I'd be lying because I just love it. You know, how soft and sticky the banku can be. How slimy the okra is.
Hey. Kitty's a bad
When you
boy.
put some snail and some koto in it, you know, it goes well, you know. So I love it.
You're a terrible human being, but we'll take you like that. But tell me, this is Ghana. You've been promoting Ghana music, of course, right here on GMB also. We are propagating the gospel of indigenous food.
Lovely.
What do you think? Is that one Ghanaian food that we should never forget about and we must throw onto the other generations? What Ghanaian meal would that be?
It will probably be my favorite, banku and okro.
Okay. We should never forget about it.
And fufu too. Fufu should be passed down to generations. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right. So
And tozafi too.
And tozafi as well.
And
Okay.
jollof too.
All right. But do you cook yourself?
I can.
What you can?
Yeah.
What can you cook?
I can cook oats.
That's
But no,
all-
I can actually make rice and corned beef stew.
Rice and corned beef stew, which is close to the rice and zongo stew.
Yes,
But
which I
have you
love
had-
too as well.
Have you had rice and zongo stew before?
I've had it.
Oh, Ron say and co.
Enko baby.
You people, you have to explain that phenomenon today because we
put the
just
macaroni and the the goat.
no, we don't call it macaroni, talia.
Sorry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, guys, help me. Come. Akable, come. We need to actually run a ballot now. So we do the tasting. But Kitty says he's fasting for his third album this morning. So he's not tasting the food, but he's going to be presenting the awards. And I say, fasting. We are fasting. We are still praying. We'll break after 12.
Yeah,
so
after 12, I'll
then
come
yes,
back and
exactly.
please keep some for me. I beg.
So please keep some. Kitty, so you hold the bowl, and then 3 of us will take turns. So you determine where you're going, which table you'll be tasting. But maybe Akable, you will taste 2 tables today because also per day. You want 2. Okay. All right, let me put this down.
I came back to my original place.
Hey, Asamaba. Okay, so I'm tasting from the Northern team. Okay, where are you tasting from?
I got what I wanted.
Where?
So I actually got a Southwest and the Middle Belt as well.
Okay,
I picked two.
okay, Middle Belt. Oh, Southwest. Middle is here. Okay, so the rice and the zongo. Okay, and Beatrice.
Southeast team. Jollof.
But you know what? To make it fair, yebeko baby. To make it fair, we'll go everywhere. So, Kitty, just be on standby for us. Okay. Quickly, let's do the tasting. Judges, have you tasted already? Oh, you haven't tasted? Please come join us. Let's see what's happening. So we determine. Kitty, don't be on the sun. Come on, come this way.
All right.
Come this way under the shade. Okay. So team, let me take my cue card so I don't get it wrong. I want to get the exact thing that I want to talk about. So team Opomo, which is the Northern Belt, Tozafi and Ayoyo right here. Beatrice, are you the one tasting the Tozafi?
I'm tasting the jollof.
Which one are you tasting?
All of them.
Okay. Okay, so let's start from here. Chef Gigi and Mamle as well. Let's do it quick, real quick. Let's be snappy. Our special guest has to be on the run because he's doing media rounds. He needs to be in another place in the next 5 minutes. So let's taste. Oh, I know. Okay. Judges, let's hurry with it. And Beatrice, you can also do yours. Let's do the tasting. I think I'm ayoyo. Let me go and taste the ayoyo and see what's happening. Let's be quick about it so Kitty can take leave of us, ladies and gentlemen. Ayoyo. Okay, so we are done tasting Team Opomo, Tozafi, and Ayoyo. Okay, so Team Gino Pepper and Onion, rice and zongo stew, which happens to be one of Kitty's favorites. Let's do the tasting. Let's do the tasting so we know who is winning. Beatrice, how is it going over here? Have you tasted it? No, oh, wow.
Any tomatoes, you know?
Wow.
Okay. So I like it.
Okay. So over 10, how much will you give it? How what am I saying? 8 over 10. Okay, Mati.
Thank you.
The Jollof Queen will do it. Okay, quickly, okay? Queen Mother, what do you think? Let's make it snappy. Queen Mother, we need to visibly see you on cameras, you know, doing the tasting for us. Fufu and Aponche on show right now. They said there was some secret ingredients in this soup. That will be the winning factor. I have no idea if it is indeed in it. Chef Gigi, I can see your score. I know who is winning. I know who is winning. Okay, on this side, Mamle, let's do the jollof as well. Let's do the jollof quickly. Kitty would have to do the presentation for us. Thank you so much to GB Foods, who've been one of our longest sponsors here on the show. Ebo Bachman, thank you for coming. Thank you so much, as well as Mr. Jantua. Thank you very much. Okay, now to the scores. To the scores, we're running out of time. To the scores, who do we think is winning this morning? Is it going to be Team Tozafi, Team Rice and Zongo Stew, Fufu and Aponche, or is going to be Ghana Jollof? Quickly, what will be your verdict? Queen Mother, Chef Mamle, and Chef Gigi. You can join me here. Queen Mother, come and tell me, what have you tasted so far?
Actually, all of it. All the sections. I will start with the jollof. I just finished that one. It's really spicy. And I think those who love spices would be it for them. The second one that I tasted was the zongo plain rice and then the stew. That one, I don't have the vibe of zongo.
Hey!
No, I don't, because you have to develop flavors. And I didn't feel the development of the flavors in there. With the fufu, yes. The texture is not all the to food that we know as indigenous food that we have. The soup a bit under-seasoned. But the teaser as well, it's nice, but you don't get the consistency of the teaser is not what I know as sabo. And the ayoyo did not really come out well as well. So if you look at it, all of them, they didn't really take their time to develop their flavors.
Asamaba. Please, Beatrice, speak to Chef Mamale and I'll speak to Chef Gigi.
I'm sure you've tasted all of it, Chef.
Yes, I have.
Tell us what you think.
Okay, I think they had a very good taste. For me, I like the jollof. I was actually thinking I was going to mark them down but they actually proved me wrong. So well done. And I think the tiozafi was also good because in the morning they had a little challenge, but everything came out so perfectly. So well done to tiozafi. I think so far the only dish I didn't really enjoy is the light soup.
I'm fat.
Yes.
Hi, I'm fat. Chef Gigi, are you done? Quite quickly because we've run out of time. In one sentence, who did it for you?
Tiozafi.
Okay. All right. We need to determine who the winner is then. We need to determine who the winner is so we can do our presentation quickly. We need to determine who the winner is. Shall we have the hampers on standby? Nana Dramana, you can join us now so we do the presentation to the winner, because, I mean, in a competition, it's the winner that matters. But all of you are actually getting packages from GB Foods, but we need to determine who the winner is right now. Judges, do we have the winner?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Shall I have who the winner is? Shall I have it? Okay. We have a winner. Okay, let's just do that one. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the GMB Culinary Competition, sponsored by Gino for the year 2026, is the Northern Team, Tiozafi and Ayoyo. Please come. Tiozafi and Ayoyo. Nothing belts. Basi, Ayimboma, and Suave Dabu and Pini. Please bring the package to Kitty so he can do the presentation. Bring the package to Kitty. Tiozafi for the win this morning. Tiozafi for the win. Ladies, that's your package. That's your hamper from GB Foods, makers of Gino Tomato, Pomo Tomato Paste, and Didi Shito. Thank you so very much. Kitty, thank you very much for doing us the honors this morning. Bless you. All the best with your studio album. Ladies, let's give Kitty the wave. All right. So, Team Tiozafi, the next, or the team that came third this morning. Judges, you want to help me with the team that came third? Which one is it? Yes, the third team. Okay. Rice and zongo stew. The middle belt. Savannah, Kiba, Buno Nana Konedu, Buno Instanile, and then Nanama from Ahafo. Congratulations to you. Queen Mother, please come and do us the honors. Let me take that from you. Taya, please hand it over to the Queen Mother so she can do the presentation. This way. All right. In second place this morning is the Southeast team. Jollof rice. Greater Accra, Nalamile. Ohenewa Eastern Region, Sesinam Volta, Oti, Boatma. All right. I think Chef Mamle should do this presentation for us. Chef Mamle, help us with this presentation. Help us with the presentation. All right. And the ones who won from the bottom, they won from the bottom. I didn't say they were last though. I said they won from the bottom. Team Fufuo and Appointed Kwakwabi. Are we still clacking it? Are we clacking it? You are still clacking it. Chef Gigi, do us the honors. Please help us with the presentation. Chef Gigi, help us. Please come. Hurry, ladies. Hurry, ladies. Hurry, ladies. Akable, I'm far. All right, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much. This is where we draw the curtains down for the GMB culinary competition for the year 2026. This has been TV3 Newday. Joseph Akable, thank you very much. Beatrice Edu.
We're watching them on Sunday.
Yes, please. We have a great show coming up on Sunday about our tradition, festivals, funerals, and all of that. Be on the lookout for Sunday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This has been our time. We'll see you again.
Ghana most beautiful. Africa